Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Zelda Speedruns. I hope everybody's very excited for this community 100% race. You don't see these very frequently, but gonna be a good time, gonna be a fun time. We got a lot of fantastic racers here, and to guide you through this magical experience, we have Morgan and Anarakis. Take it away, gents.
Indeed, we don't see Hundo on ZSR very often, but it's always a good time. Excited for this race.
It'll be a good one. We should have something like 7 hours of Twilight Princess for you all today. That's part of why we don't see this category so often.
But it's a little bit better than some of the 100% of 3D Zeldas, so can't really complain.
And there's definitely lots of interesting stuff in here. We're not going to be staring at a rupee for 7 hours or anything like that.
What category would do that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. ZSR should let us do a community low percent race.
Pretty sure that at least one restreamer has said they'd be fine with that. Looks like we're getting started pretty soon here. Got Beast, G's, TGD, and notable cast on the screen. Yeah, it should be a pretty good run.
Looks like we're off.
Hundo starts a little bit different than any percent or some other categories that we see a little more often. We need to complete all of the Orden stuff, so instead of grabbing the rock here, we'll go and get Epona to take it into Orden Village.
Yep, we're all used to seeing TP runs start with making the back in time save, but actually if we do that, it would lock us out of several items in and around Orden Village that are necessary for the 100% requirements. So that's not an option here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that our only real use of back in time at the start of the run locks us out of so much. Because getting the iron boots right now would help, and having tamed Epona also. In this run, we'll see 3 rounds of goats. The first round coming up, we have 10 goats this time, as opposed to the usual 20.
Let's see how this goes. It's pretty good for G's. Looks like Cass has got a bit of a bad goat there, but recovers smoothly.
Pretty decent from the lot of them.
Yep. Nobody really had trouble there. Hopefully we'll see everybody herd all 50 goats without incident, but, you know, we all know how that can go sometimes.
Yeah, they're goats. So we're in Link's house, and Link's house is something that you basically never see except for in Hundo or glitchless runs. Though it's pretty important in some randomizers like Beta Quest. Beta Quest, you can look out the window and go somewhere.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if the new entrance rando project is going to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I would hope so.
Yeah.
Though I hope it's not quite as absurdly random as Beta Quest was.
Yeah, I think they have different settings for it.
Yeah, as Spicy Juice in the chat says, no one's on French today. English is the fastest language for this category. We don't get the fire discount, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, Hundo has kind of easier ways to collect rupees, and the instant golden bug text on English saves quite a lot of time over other languages. Not entirely sure how much it comes out to.
Think any of our runners will go for Catwarp today? Probably not, but
Beast does it to screw around sometimes. We'll see.
it'd be cool to see.
We'll see if Beast's in a screwing around mode. Oh, we almost got the fishing rod sink.
Almost. Cass missing the mailbox.
That jump is stupid.
Also,
Like, honestly.
yeah, it is. It's really hard to line up, and if you miss it, you can just end up missing it 5 times in a row without
Yeah.
thinking about it.
Beast, the first one to 30 rupees. Which we'll need in a moment to buy the slingshot from Sarah. A useful item that we'll definitely use many times over the course of the run.
There's a small bit of RNG time loss they can get here if they end up getting a 10-inch fish the first time and 11 inch the second time.
Yep,
That's
you would get an extra text box.
No, never mind.
No, it didn't. And we've got the cat cutscene sync from Beast and TGD. Everybody into the cat cutscene now.
The fishing rod is an underappreciated item. It's the easiest way to corrupt memory in Twilight Princess, but we have very few uses of that, and none in Undo. So we only end up using it for the things that they intend us to use it for, such as catching that fish and catching a bottle leader.
Yeah, the one application we have for duplicating the fishing rod is in Forest Temple No Save and Quit, where it's used to get opponent out of bounds without the use of map glitch. I really wish it was useful elsewhere. I've done this past month. I did quite a bit of looking into stuff like that, and it's just you can't do anything cool with it.
That use of getting into Forest Temple early by getting a opponent out of bounds was once considered for 100%. Ended up being a little slower, but it would have removed a bunch of backtracking in Linear Twilight. Sorry, Fair and Twilight. It's early, guys.
Yeah, I believe that. It's so early. I'm not even usually awake right now.
I am usually awake, but it's still early.
Anyways, now it's time to do the gate clip everybody's familiar with. Ordinarily, we would need to pick up the wooden sword from Link's house and then do the slingshot and sword tutorial sequences, but that actually isn't required for 100%. We probably should explain why, huh?
Yeah, the 100% requirements for this game are based on the inventory screens. So we have the item wheel and the pause screen and the map screen, and we need to fill out those entirely. And if we get the wooden sword, that takes the same spot as the Orden sword will take later, so it ends up disappearing from our inventory. And because the spots filled at the end of the game are fine. We don't need it.
Yeah, and even in context of the game, the wooden sword is kind of a temporary item.
Yeah. Though there is another item that's meant to be temporary that we'll end up taking to the end.
Yep.
We'll get there in a while.
Quite a while.
Oro sync for Beast and G's. Beast opting not to do the Epona slide into the cave. TGD trying it. It's very slightly faster to do an Epona slide. Get off Epona max speed,
I
and then
don't
do a
think
brake
it's.
slide into the cave.
I don't think it's very slightly faster to do whatever TGD just did there.
Yeah, I don't think that was faster.
Yeah, technically the rules don't require completing any of the Twilights, but the game itself requires completing Eldin and Lanairu, as far as we know, and completing Fair and Twilight is what gives you the hero's clothes on the pause screen, so we don't get to skip any of them.
And there are a couple of things that we can't get without finishing the Twilight. Sorry, Fair and Twilight.
Yep.
Provinces are hard. Like, there's a... Well, we could get a heart piece, but there is a Poe in Fair and Twilight.
Yeah, the Poe is what I was thinking of. Yeah, I believe low percent counts the vessels.
As the rules are currently listed, the Fair Vessel is not counted in low percent.
Okay, but you still can't get it in low percent because it would give you the hero's clothes.
Yeah, the hero's tunic is counted.
Yes, Korra bottle.
Korra bottle as well.
And the other very important thing involving Korra bottle.
And surely there would be no other way to get to Temple of Time than to use the golden cuckoo.
Yeah, definitely not. Is Temple of Time RTA an interesting route?
It is if you can do a TAS only LJA bomb boost
Oh.
in to skip the spinner in Temple of Time.
Is that test only? I thought people did it in Rando.
People have done it RTA. It's very not RTA friendly from what I know. Although I think there was an easier version that showed up that might be RTA friendly. Getting to the boss key without spinning.
Anyways, we have a bit of a fun time here since we skipped the wooden sword, so we don't actually have any way to break Tallow and the monkey out of the cage. Thankfully, we can get the bokoblins here to do it for us.
Sometimes the bokoblins will drop a blue rupee,
That's true.
which can be helpful. Like right there for
looks like
G's.
they did for G's. So he's rich.
The rupee route is fairly lenient for this category, but it's still helpful to have some extra rupees.
Yeah, I believe Hundo ends up spending somewhere around 2,500 rupees.
Around there, yeah.
The actual number is oddly specific because of magic armor. Anyways, it's finally time for goats 2. This is the familiar 20 goats seen in any percent. Then when we come back later for goats 3, it'll be the same thing again. Clean goats from beast there, 18 seconds. Let's see how G's does.
Lightly. Yeah.
Ooh.
A couple of bad goats for G's.
Why did he go over there? That's unfortunate.
Pretty clean for Cass. Decent for DGD. So that was enough for Cass to nearly catch up to G's, but not quite. There aren't too many sections of the Hundo run that are effectively identical to any percent, but we're coming up on one. The sewers and rooftops are just the familiar route. There's nothing extra to get.
Yep. Oh, was that early Forest Temple and Hundo idea Like, is the point of that so that then you can do sewer skip? No, that
You would
wait,
need Master
we don't
Sword
have
to do
Master
sewer
Sword.
skip, so it wasn't.
It's early.
It is early. No, the idea was to Uku back after Master Sword, and then Uku out and finish the
okay.
Twilight and get the portal.
Yeah, I
than having
see.
to go through the whole thing another time. And it would let us get the heart piece in the mist area early.
And it would let us do something useful with broad duping. Have fun with coffee, Prince.
So the sewer is effectively the wolf tutorial of the game. One of my favorite sections of Wolf Movement.
Yeah, it's a good one. People have spent quite some time optimizing it. It's kind of before most of the bottleneck tricks in any percent, so you end up doing it a lot. Then in the second half, there are a lot of little time savers people go for. Looks like Beast got Midna TD there. Talking to Midna from slightly outside her cutscene trigger to make some text go faster, and I think he got the early jump here as well. Looks good.
That's also getting that Inditech skip at the bottom of the tower.
Yep, I don't think anybody's gotten the one frame jump there. See if TGD can save us.
No,
Nope.
Unfortunately not. Most of these little time savers save half a second to a second. It's very small time saves.
Yeah, but as I said, you do this part a lot, so people probably care more about them than is entirely justified. Nice one frame jump attack from G0 to skip that text.
I don't think Beast got any of the one frame minute jumps.
I thought it got the last one, but I wasn't totally paying attention. G's definitely did not. There we go. Cass gets a one framer. For any of these mid jump sequences that come out of a text box, there's one frame where you can get the jump early and skip the time of watching Midna fly over to the first point. Anyways, we're now coming up on one of the hardest tricks in the run, sword and shield skip.
Or rather, sword and shield skip.
Yeah, obviously in 100% we can skip neither the sword nor the shield nor the Orden portal, so we will instead have to do the Wolf Knight section in Orden Village and collect all of those items, and my restream page has died. Hello.
Looks like Beast's stream might be having some difficulties.
It appears that way. Well, hopefully he sorts that out.
This is another section of the run that means that we can't do back in time. If we do back in time at the start of the run, then Orden is in the wrong state here, and we can't get either the sword or the shield.
Yep, that's part of why Sword and Shield skip is required for any percent, as there is really no other way to get into Fair and Twilight.
I suppose it might be fine for hundo requirements to end with the wooden sword and the wooden shield that you can get otherwise. But we definitely need it for the fishing rod.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, it also locks you out of the fishing rod and slingshot. Actually, no, you couldn't. No, you definitely couldn't skip getting this stuff in Hundo because collecting the Orden Sword is what unlocks the Orden Portal,
That's true.
which is required.
It's like Beast is back.
Yep. Although I see Beast stream is about 20 seconds ahead. Let's see if that sorts out. And I don't think we saw anybody have trouble with the Midna jump up to the Orden Shield, which is rare. There is... Oh, TGD did. It seems like, you know, it's not intended for there to be any skill in doing those Midna jumps. You press A, except the jump up to the Orden Shield is just really finicky for some reason.
Yeah, the wall can knock you back down for no apparent reason.
Anyways, Beast now.
Cass reading the sign.
Gotta read the sign. Cass's all signs run is live.
Unfortunately, it's pretty unlikely we'll read all of the signs in Hundo. That would involve going to a couple of rooms that we don't normally go to. Beast, the first into Fair and Twilight. G's following just a little behind.
Yep, since we've gotten the Orden Portal, we can just walk right on into Farron without Midna telling us to go back. And then I suppose this section is... I was gonna say it's pretty similar to any percent. It's pretty similar to other categories that do Fair and Twilight, which can be any percent if you feel like it.
Similar to some routes of any percent, yeah. Where we need to get all of the bugs to finish Fair and Twilight, all the Tears of Light, but we're not going to get them all on one pass through because there's a trick most of the way through Fair and Twilight that we needed to still be in Twilight for. So we'll end up going through here twice.
Yeah, I like Fair and Twilight. Since it's a pretty small map compared to other Twilights, there's, it's all packed in compared to Elden and especially Lanayru. So we're gonna see runners collecting a lot of Tears of Light very quickly.
Yeah. Elden is fairly dense as well, but there are so many loading zones in Elden that it doesn't feel that dense.
Yeah. And he's hopefully on his way to Cora's house. In Cora's house. There we go.
Beast's going to go for a small cutscene skip here by unsensing when getting those bugs. If you don't do that, Koro says something to the tune of, "What? They just disappeared?"
Yep. It's good
Because
exposition, but we've
Koro
all
can't
seen
see
it
you,
before.
Twilight. It's not important.
And then we just saw Beast kill 2 more bugs, but not collect the tears. For any bugs that are kind of on the path we'll have to backtrack through later, it's faster to collect the tears the second time around, so we don't have to wait for them to become collectible. So we'll see that in a few more places.
S and TGD struggling to leave Koro's house.
Yeah, it's surprisingly hard to do. You can, that like little ramp part, the collision is kind of weird, so if you dash too early, you can bonk on it. If you try to side hop down, if you're very unlucky, you can actually side hop it on the wrong angle and jump back into Koro's house. I've done that a few times.
The nice tunnel, or you can dig to get through this tunnel really quickly. Which I didn't know for a while.
I keep meaning to check if for randomizer, when you're going for that chest in the middle, it's faster to dig through the tunnel and then run back from that side. I feel like it is.
On Nintendo, maybe.
Yeah, that I could see it making a difference. Anyways, Beast now going to do early Master Sword. Obviously, we need the Master Sword for 100%, and like in other categories, it's better to get it sooner.
The early Master Sword was added to Hundo later than most categories. There are a few things that we weren't sure how to get around until 2012 or 2013. I don't remember exactly when it was added. But
Yeah, and
it's still more than a decade ago. We'll need to howl at all the Howling Stones. Sorry.
We'll probably talk more about why that is later, but yes, this is our first Howling Stone down here. This one is, what, South Castletown?
Yeah, this one spawns in South Castletown.
Obviously, we're getting this Howling Stone out of sequence as well.
TGD and Cass failing EMS pretty much the same way. That's unfortunate to see.
Yeah, it's not always an easy trick. It's really kind of touchy-feely, and you can just have a bad day with it very easily. Sorry, Cass has got some. And
Beast making a save here.
Yep, that'll be useful later in Lakebed Temple. Oh, the first time we go to Lakebed Temple.
TGD finally getting EMS.
It really disappoints me that I think Hundo is probably always going to do split Lakebed because I really don't like split Lakebed.
Yeah, it's unlikely that you'd want to delay the claw shot until later.
Yep.
At least it doesn't do split Snow Peak anymore.
Did it used to?
Yeah, it did. For a good while, actually.
Why? What item?
Yet a TD was the...
Oh, right.
big thing that inspired that, but even before that, it did it just because the ball and chain can be useful.
Oh, I
it was
guess if
delayed.
it's before LFC and you don't have bombs or something. Or was this a really early route where you went to Snow Peak without claw shot?
I don't remember.
Fair enough.
Hundo has probably had more route revisions than pretty much any other category.
I mean, it makes sense.
Years.
There's most of the routing for Hundo is pretty open.
Beast landing on the ground in the view of the camera. That's
a
not
good
the
one.
place you see very often.
G's doing so as well. If you landed just the right spot, you can actually get Skull Kid to push you during that cutscene. Some of the more recent tool-assisted speedruns have done that.
Beast getting some extra RNG rupees. Cheese has the most still because of the blue rupee from the goblins at the start.
And Beast now into the Master Sword puzzle. Hopefully he remembers how to do it. And I believe we just saw TGD have trouble with that strat for the last hit on Skull Kid.
I guess TGD must have jumped down early because Skull Kid wasn't quite in the right spot.
Yep.
Beast getting the Master Sword at 31:13.
It's not bad.
Yeah, that's a decent time. He's 16 seconds behind.
But yeah, we're getting the Master Sword early here for the same reason any other glitch category does. It's a very useful item. Obviously, it's required for Hundo. It's required to beat the game. But we want to get it at this point because it'll allow us to transform at will and also to warp. Which we'll be doing immediately because there's no other good way to leave Sacred Grove.
Yeah, the other way to leave Sacred Grove is to save warp and then leave on foot and then die to get to South Farron, which is very much not fast.
Yep. You can, of course, see that in the low transform speedrun.
Unless, of course, you have Uku.
Yeah, you could Uku out.
Very
but we
unlikely
don't.
that you'd have Uku at this point.
You could get Uku, which is slow. And it's unfortunately the only warp portal we have at this point is South Farron, since we couldn't finish the North Farron portal fight. So we're going to have to do a bit of backtracking. That will let us pick up the rest of the Tears of Light we skipped earlier. It's technically faster to clip through the gate here rather than using the dig spot, but it's not very easy to do consistently. Or at least not easy to do fast enough to save time consistently. No, Cass. When you finish the fight, it teleports Link to the same location.
I wonder if Task could make the rod duping strat fast. It's unlikely.
That seems like it would be more likely.
Though I think the difference ended up being like a minute or something. Right, these bugs, they dig. The first time you see them, it's in a cutscene, so we end up getting them when we come back here because they haven't digged yet.
Famously a source of frustration for new glitchless runners, since in that route you do kill the bugs the first time you see them. Anyways, it's now time for the Forest Temple. No, it's not.
Soon time for the Forest Temple. We'll be heading there right after this, but we need to grab a hidden skill.
Oh, right, yes, because that wolf goes away after Forest Temple.
Time for the 1-frame backflip. Beast gets it. Beast is following the route.
Yeah, I was going to say that might be the like most important one-framer in terms of time save in this run, since it doesn't do Gorge Void, but I'm wrong. There's the other one.
Yeah, there's another pretty big one.
Anyways, it's now hidden skill time.
Might be the most important, where you press A on the 1 frame.
I suppose that's technically true. Nice blue rupee from TGD there. Looks like it popped out of the grass.
It's just like Mario Party. The game's trying to give a handicap to runner and last. It comes out, and I'm certain TGD's going to win. It's unfortunate that in a Honda race, the runners' PBs are so far apart that it's pretty unlikely that this run is going to finish in anything but PB order.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the reality of Hundo right now. It's not an incredibly competitive category just because of the amount of effort you need to get anywhere close to a good time.
Beast has the world record and has had the world record for a while.
And he has the world record by like 15 minutes.
Jesus' PB is 16 minutes slower than Beast's, and TGD's is 16 minutes slower than G's. It's possible we could see some upsets. It's just a little unlikely. Welcome in, ZSR2.
Anyways, Beast now doing Forest Temple back in time to skip having to save the monkeys. This also goes the same as in any percent. Although it will be a little easier in this first room because we do have the slingshot. We don't have to screw around with the Deku Nut. And thank goodness.
Yeah, these bugs they tend to lose a large amount of time. Could be the largest amount of time on average up to this point in the run. Maybe Sword and Shield skip is a little higher.
You can just lose a minute in this room.
Yeah,
it really stinks.
Other categories. So in the dungeons, 100% requires us to get all of the heart pieces and all of the pose and the dungeon item and to beat the boss. It's not required to get the dungeon map or the compass. It's not even technically required to get the boss key. Though there's only one boss key we can skip. We also need the heart container, of course.
Yep, and in the Forest Temple it'll be easier to get the 2 heart pieces after collecting the dungeon item, so this will continue to go just normally. We'll be able to do the 1 cycle on Ook with the Master Sword coming up shortly.
In a lot of other categories, it would be really, really bad to void crossing the monkey chain. But it wouldn't be too bad in this category.
Yep.
If one of our runners accidentally does that.
Should also be fine in, like, all dungeons.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be.
Then obviously, as in any percent, we're going to be getting a lot of off-label use of the boomerang throughout this round. Obviously, Hundo is a glitched category. We're going to be seeing a lot of boomerang LJAs, including some later on in Forest Temple to avoid saving the other half of the monkeys.
Interestingly, the Wii version, which none of our runners are on today, doesn't have the boomerang long jump attack. You can't do it. But the world records for... Oh, never mind. I was going to say that they're a little closer for Hundo than for any percent because of some other things that Wii can do that GameCube cannot. But it looks like the difference is somewhat comparable.
Yeah, it's a significant difference.
Notably, the Wii version doesn't have to do most of Cave of Ordeals.
Yep. Anyways, we're now in this room.
My favorite.
Beast doing a cool LJ over the Deku like there and blowing up the rock at the same time. Yeah, something that hopefully we won't see in this room is that the collision on some of the tree roots is absolutely insane.
We do see a tile worm for Beast, though.
Yep. Anyways,
Temple
here's
is-
our first heart piece. Sorry, go ahead.
Forest Temple is pretty linear. We just need to get the heart pieces and then go to the boss. And the heart pieces aren't too far out of our way. There are 45 heart pieces in the run.
Yep, we'll get the vast majority of them kind of later on in the run, in the various collection cycles after MDH, but there are a few that we can get in the early game. Obviously the 6 in the first 3 dungeons, and also the Goat's Heart piece and the Fair and Small Key Cave Heart piece we already saw. G is using the boomerang there to reset the timer on that bombling so he can carry it to a location not intended by the game developers.
Yeah, normally we'd use a completely different bombling to get down here, but it's faster to go that way around the room. Beast's doing a little jump on the fence there to get to the boss key early. Well, slightly earlier to get to the boss key without going around the room.
And getting the roll through the gate as it opens, which is something that I can never manage.
It's remarkably precise timing.
And Beast now has everything he needs to go defeat the boss of the Forest Temple and never come back to this dungeon again.
But wait, what about the monkeys?
I have bad news for the monkeys.
Sad. Well, at least they all disappear once the dungeon's done, anyway. But yeah, we end up saving the one monkey, getting 4 with early monkeys, and then not saving any of the rest because the boomerang is overpowered.
Yeah, I believe doing early monkeys would lock us out of completing the dungeon normally anyways.
We do. It is possible to complete the dungeon. Maybe it isn't.
I'm not sure.
It is possible to go back and save the monkeys, opening their cages after Ook.
Oh yeah, maybe that's what it is.
But the Wii 100% run does that. But I don't know if it's possible with early monkeys. Looks like Cass's feed is struggling. Beast is going to be doing a pretty cool trick here called
Oh yeah. Watch Beast's screen for this one.
I assume all of our runners will do it. Beast is just the first.
Yeah. So you can see we've got some extra bombs in the first phase of Diababa here. Normally in the second phase we have to hit Diababa's middle head with 2 bombs provided by Ook the monkey, but we've got our 2 bombs already. Very nice. That strat is known as Ookless, and it's the fastest way to defeat Diababa without having the bomb arrows.
Looks like G's having a little bit of trouble there, ended up blowing both of the bombs up.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Which is a sad time loss because you need to wait for these heads to come and try to bite you, like the start of the run, or the start of Diababa normally. Ends up losing time.
Yeah, it's pretty precise to make Ookless work.
She's getting that jump attack. It looked a little wonky because it was before Diababa landed.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. Anyways, Beast is now done with the Forest Temple and can go do something else.
Forest Temple, the first of 9 dungeons in the run. I don't know a lot of runners that would say that the Forest Temple is their favorite. In most categories, we end up just seeing we end up seeing 3 minutes of Forest Temple effectively. Just
Yeah,
go get the boomerang and leave.
Most categories you don't need to complete the dungeon or anything. Though since we did complete the dungeon, we can just run directly out of Farron Woods without having to do Farron Escape.
TGD, the boomerang just didn't get the other bomb. So
That's
also failing
unfortunate.
at this. That's unfortunate.
As you just saw Beast do a LJ to skip talking to the postman. We do need to talk to the postman in Hundo, but only once, and it's more convenient to do it later.
Yeah, you might expect it to be required to get most of the letters. No, we just need to get the bag to hold the letters in, because that's the only thing that shows up on the pause screen.
Yep, but there will be a point, probably about 4 hours in or so, where we do a long collection sequence, and it's going to be a lot nicer to do that if we don't have postman triggers in the way. So that's when we choose to check the mail. Here, though, it's faster to avoid it.
Yeah, the ring can sometimes miss the bomb just with slight differences in positioning. It's dumb, but it happens. There's a 1-frame jump attack Beast could do to skip some text on this bridge. One of the ones that feels harder to get for some reason.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. 1-frame inputs are, the frame is always 1/30th of a second.
Looks like he
And yet,
was a little late.
And yet, there is community consensus that some 1-frame inputs are easier and harder. Beast heading on into Kakariko Village. One little detail there is that he can just run right into Kakariko Village. Since we did not do the back in time save and collect the iron boots at the start of the run, the King Bulbul 1 fight trigger is not present. Although I think on the new route we will have to avoid it a couple times later.
Yeah, we do use the King Bulbul 1 trigger for time of day reasons, which means we do it a little later.
Yeah, that'll be fun when we get there. Anyways, it's now time for Elden Twilight. This should be exactly the same as it is in any percent. If I remember. Well, we do have to howl. There's the one thing.
Yeah, that's the only difference. And the rupee text in the hotel isn't cleared, but we will be getting that rupee if I remember correctly. It's just slight differences. We clip into the well and then go get these bugs, hopefully all in one charge. TGD doing a charge attack into one of the beast's attacks and getting knocked back. Beast will be doing a little manip here to get the bug to come to him rather than having to go up. We end up spending quite a bit of time in Kakariko in Hundo compared to other categories. There's a bunch of stuff here that we don't normally need to do. Yeah, Beast will be getting this rupee here. Side hopping to skip the text. One of the more recent developments, which we'll be getting to fairly soon, in the next hour, it means that there are 30 rupees that are now slower to get. So we end up needing a little more RNG rupees, if I remember correctly. Or a little more miscellaneous rupees. Cass having a little bit of trouble with wall flip. Ended up killing the keys. Another nice thing about Hundo is the file name stays through the run. Normally, the back in time glitch at the start of the run changes your name to Link. But we don't do that in Hundo, so we can see our Wii's through the entire thing.
But I thought everybody was playing on the GameCube version.
They're playing on the GameCube version, but they're playing on Wii. On a Wii console. He's getting bomb house skip. Pretty nice there.
Yep, we'll see if everybody does Wolf Bomb House Skip today. That's kind of the harder version of the trick, but you can also do it with a boomerang long jump attack. It's just a bit slower because you have to transform a couple times. Good basement bugs from TDD there. And a bit of trouble with the watchtower bug from Beast. And the blue rupee.
Yeah, the blue rupee was in a little bit of an awkward spot there.
That bug's annoying since you can't attack it while it's in that back corner. For whatever reason. And you kind of just gotta wait for it to come over to you.
TGD opting to dig rather than press A to enter the funnel from Alamart. Don't think that's quite how it works, but good luck. TGD saying in chat that he's on the Shield version. The NVIDIA Shield version can't be played anymore.
Yep.
It was removed or something. But it would have been fastest for Hundo. it had some problems with the back in time glitch, but we don't do that in Hundo, so it would have been significantly faster if it were
it
possible
existed.
to play.
Anyways, Beast now doing the easiest Howling Stone song. We'll be visiting this wolf pretty soon to get the shield attack, the second hidden skill. And let's see how Cass does on Bomb House Skip.
Opting for Wolf,
That
as
looks
most
good.
runners do these days. Yeah, that looked good. Couple bugs, but they don't matter.
I don't go for Wolf Bomb House Skip because failing it
Neither do
really
I.
sucks.
Yeah, the human method loses 3 to 5 seconds, and most runners these days don't want to accept that time loss. But some do.
The risk with the wolf method is you fall all the way down and have to climb up through Barnes' house again.
Losing around a minute, maybe only 45 seconds.
I thought it was closer to 45 seconds. It's a lot of time. Far more than going for the LJ strat. Watchtower Bug was much nicer to cast there. And TGD opting for the LJ.
That Beast is done with Elden Twilight. She's following not too far behind, maybe around a minute. TGD just a bit further back, and well, Cass is ahead of TGD.
Yep. And then Beast is going to get a golden bug. The first one of the run here.
24 golden bugs we'll need to collect. They're also our main source of
Excuse
rupees in the end.
Yep, each pair of golden bugs is worth 150 rupees when you turn them into Agatha in Castletown.
I'm quite surprised that worked for G's. Targeted one in the midna charge and then just kept walking toward the other one who wasn't noticing her. Noticing G's.
You can get away with that sometimes.
It worked. It just worked.
Anyways, normally this Goron is supposed to knock you off the cliff here, and then you decide you have to go get the iron boots, but we can just warp away and not have to deal with any of that. We are coming up on Beast will be taming Epona as Wolf, which starts a cutscene, and if you're photosensitive or otherwise don't like flashing lights, this is not the cutscene for you.
For everyone else, this is a pretty funny looking cutscene.
It is. Obviously, the game doesn't expect you to be able to be Wolf here, and it doesn't really handle things correctly.
If you fail this, the game doesn't know how to knock you off of Epona. so it ends up voiding you out.
Yeah, it's
You skip the cutscene
pretty
after
annoying.
that, but if you watch that cutscene, just let it finish out, then you'll end up riding Epona as a wolf just in normal play. It goes away as soon as you go through a loading zone, but it's funny to see.
Yeah, this one doesn't crash. Other cutscenes can crash.
TP is surprisingly stable for cases like that. It's only a couple of cutscenes that can crash.
Yeah, TP doesn't crash a lot, and unfortunately the places where you can get it to crash, like, they're not useful crashes.
I hope we don't see any crashes today, but it wouldn't be the first for a hundo race.
There are a couple spots where it might happen.
Beast stabbing the hero's shade between the legs. Going for the shield attack, which is not terribly useful in and of itself.
But it is required for hundo.
And we need it to do Helm Splitter later, but Helm Splitter is a different hidden skill, so. We've seen quite a few transformation crashes in hundo, and also whatever happens with the heart piece chest in Lakebed Temple can crash sometimes.
I don't think I've seen that one. That's interesting.
It's happened a couple of times, just something about spin attacking a rupee at the wrong frame or something. I don't remember. But apart from Zelda and Karg, there aren't a lot.
You could also, I mean, theoretically, you could get, like, City in the Sky pot crash. But it's pretty easy to avoid doing that by not doing that. Anyways, an hour and 6 minutes into the run, it's finally time to fight Bo for the Iron Boots. Obviously, this happens a bit earlier in most routes.
I tend to prefer runs that have Bow later, and I think it's because you're far less likely to reset to a bad bow in hundo than in any.
No,
percent.
I'm with you on that. Since it happened so early in any percent, it's easy to just say, well, that's, I've lost a few seconds here, I'm going to reset it. But even a bad bow isn't that slow.
Yeah, getting bad bow RNG in hundo is frustrating, but it's not the end of the world. Beast getting some extra slabs.
Alright, and I think everybody is done with the Epona shenanigans now.
Not the greatest bow for Beast. Now Beast will be heading to do the third goats minigame. Heard the 20 goats again. It's the same as the goats at the beginning of the run.
But it will give him a hurt piece. That'll be the last thing we need from Orden Village. Nice Epona slide on his way to Fado.
He's getting immediately grabbed there. Can still do a one cycle here. It's a little more precise, but getting it. Very nice.
Good recovery on that goat from Beast there. Cool, and that's the last we'll see of Orden Village. I believe our next stop will be Lakebed Temple for the claw shot.
Yep, we'll get a couple of things on the way, but geez, Epona sliding through a goat there. Nice. We'll be heading pretty much directly to Lakebed Temple. Couple of goats not being nice to G's. Being really not nice to G's.
Yeah, seriously.
Though not being nice to Cass. $49.50 goats, 3 for G's.
That's unfortunate.
I think there is a time limit for getting the heart piece, but I think it's like 3 minutes. If the goats are mean enough for you not to get the heart piece, then you should just reset at that point.
And Beast demonstrating that the gate blocking us from entering Lanayru province doesn't exist.
Gates aren't really strong in this game.
There's the one gate that is.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Although Hundo has to open that gate anyways, so it doesn't matter. Anyways, we are going to Lakebed Temple now. We have not gotten the Zora armor or the water bombs yet, but of course that doesn't stop us.
This is a trick we used to see in most runs. Any percent got rid of it recently, but Hundo will probably still do it for a while.
Hondo is going to do Pillar Clip forever, unfortunately.
Unless we find a way to make the rupee dive better. But yeah,
I doubt it.
Entering Lakebed early is very beneficial for this run.
He's unfortunately having a little trouble with the Farron Tree heart piece.
Getting a yellow rupee along with it, but that rupee not being grabbed. Beast will be loading a save from earlier here. And howling at the stone and then resetting.
Yep, that sets what we call the boss flag in memory, which will let us skip the cutscene at the start of the Deku Toad fight and let us go into that room from kind of the wrong direction to start the fight early.
This is an interesting goats from TGD. One of the first goats didn't respond, and
that's so
looks like it'll
when
be
it
fine.
happens. It can just throw off your entire thing. Ooh,
A little rough.
Let's see how G's does with his pillar clip. That should work. There we go.
Cat's also having a little bit of difficulty with that hurt piece.
Yeah, grabbing it out of the tree with the opponent going at full speed it takes practice. I sure can't do that. Anyways, interesting trick from Beast coming up here. We want to get the first heart piece far earlier than you're supposed to. Do a little double LJ should take care of that.
The only differences between the route and lake bed, I guess compared to any percent, is we need the 2 heart pieces. We still don't need the boss key, so we end up spending pretty little time.
We also still don't need to change the water level.
We end up spending pretty little time in lake bed overall.
Yep, nice little.
Ooh, G's doing an interesting strat there. Getting on the railing,
yeah, G's
jump attacking purple friend. Which is maybe 0.3 seconds faster.
G's learned that for his IL campaign, and I think he just kind of does that there now. Which is awesome. I'm so here for that.
The wildebeest now in the Deku Toad fight. Entering the back entrance and C-upping to get into the fight.
Yeah, normally you're not supposed to be able to do that. That's only because of what we did with the Sacred Grove save earlier.
Fairly precise slashes here. We need to get 10 to get a 1 cycle, and he did it just fine. Good pillar clip for Cass. Now, we need a way to leave Lakebed.
Yep.
When we save warp, we're in the first room of Lakebed. We don't have the Zora armor, so we couldn't leave that way. The only way we have to leave is either through back in time equipped, which is not going to happen this run, or through Uku. So Beast will be grabbing it.
We can't complete Lakebed Temple right now. We don't have any way to defeat Morpheal without either the water bombs or the Zora armor. We're eventually going to use the Zora armor, but we want the claw shot before that. In fact, we want to have the claw shot in the process of getting the Zora armor. So we're going to grab Uku and head out.
And if we beat Lakebed now, it would sort of lock us out of Linear Twilight and a couple other things.
Oh yeah, if we beat Lakebed right now, it would soft lock.
It would not be a good idea, even if we could.
Minor detail there.
Now, we have a route change coming up here from the last time we saw Hundo on ZSR. This is the first route change. A few things have changed. I don't remember when the last time was. Probably around.
Oh yeah, we have split Lanira Twilight now.
Never mind, it's not coming up right now, but it'll come the next time we go out of Lakebed. Potential crash coming up here.
If
probably won't see this crash from any of our runners, but it's possible.
We saw it a number of times in Wolf Dash. I guess it's less of a time loss on this route because we just save warped in Lake Bed.
He's getting through just fine. If that Kargrak grabs you while you're underwater, then the game will crash.
Yep.
But it's pretty easy to avoid, as long as you don't get a terrible pattern.
Yeah, it loses a lot of time to crash there, though.
Now going for an out of bounds here. Just dashing into the wall and missing it, unfortunately. Landing on the spot where it doesn't damage you and you just slide off. So that'll lose around 30 seconds for Beast.
That's unfortunate.
For a trick that saves around 8 seconds, if I remember correctly.
Something like that. Maybe it was 6 seconds. Yeah, I assume we'll see him go for it again. Oh shit. So that'll let him skip that big bend in the middle of the track here.
The Kargrak will naturally drift to the right here. So we have to keep correcting it to the left.
Yeah, it kind of wants to go towards the center of the path, which we're pretty far away from.
Cass trying to open the gate again.
We've all done it.
She's getting the out of bounds first try. Nice meteor from Beast there. Surprisingly hard to time that.
Yeah, you really only have a couple frames.
Beast missed the one frame side hop. It's generally agreed that this side hop that you have one frame to do is the hardest
Yep.
of the one frame inputs in the game.
It
just
makes sense. You need to hold a number of different things down on the controller while you're doing it.
Yeah, you
You
to
can't
hold
really
L
use the
and
exact same
right on the
mashing
control stick.
technique.
But there's also just no visual cue at all, so you couldn't time it if you wanted to.
Anyways, Beast now getting the Lanayru vessel, and he's definitely going to complete all of the Lanayru Twilight right now and not do any dungeons in the middle.
What dungeon could we even do in the middle of the Linear Twilight?
Yeah, I don't know.
Jumping in the water, I guess the first bug is back here or something.
No, they're the heart piece.
Yeah, we used to get this heart piece after Linear Twilight, but ends up being faster here. Hope everyone has their metronomes ready.
Yeah, we're coming up on that frame perfect input I mentioned earlier.
I would imagine that all of our runners will save for this, because if you fail this trick, this one frame input, the run is dead, unless you save.
Yep. I mean, like, technically you could go do Yeta TD, but come on.
That's such a big time loss.
We've already done some of like that.
Yeah, we went and got the claw shot on left. So, Beast will be talking to Koro, buying the oil bottle, and trying to uku away on the first frame possible to skip some of Koro's text.
Yeah, the reason early Master Sword took so long to come to 100% is because it kind of in the same way that doing back in time at the start of the run would put Orden in the wrong state. Getting the Master Sword puts the room before Goron Mines in the wrong state, and you can't fight Gor Koron to gain access to Goron Mines. But it turns out that by interrupting certain dialogues in this manner, you can kind of maintain that in a conversation state and then apply it to Gor Koron by going up to Goron Mines and getting him to open the door for you. It's like second try core OTD for Beast there.
Yeah, before this was discovered, which was in 2019, if I remember correctly, we had to get the spinner if we wanted to enter Goron Mines after getting EMS. And the problem with the spinner is that we sort of want to have bombs before then.
Yep.
But we need to have the bombs after Goron Mines be our first bombs in Hundo.
Well,
otherwise it locks us out of a bomb bag.
Well, technically we get bombs before that.
We do.
Yeah,
Our first permanent bomb bag, we'll say. So Beast will be getting a couple of bugs here and then heading to Goron Mines. I think that was a first try for G's.
Jesus catching up. Yep, incredibly brief visit to like Bed Temple here, but we do technically make 3 trips.
TGD going to South Farron a little too early. Before warping the rock, it looks like. Just a little time.
Yep. Anyways, it's Goron Mines time for Beast now. TG getting 2 rocks in the transform. It's amazing.
Now, to get to Goron Mines, we'll be doing a couple of tricks on top of the text displacement that we already did. We'll be clipping out of bounds here and doing an LJA to get to the elevator early, rather than going around. It is technically possible to crash doing that trick if you equip the iron boots while you're before the jump slash.
Again, easy to avoid by not doing that.
And one of the newer tricks discovered, Beast will be going for elevator escape. Transforming here.
Shout out to Beast.
Transforming and trying to roll away from the hitbox. It is a one-frame trick.
There we go.
Getting a second try.
Yep, that. It's nice in Hundo and a few other categories, but it absolutely revolutionized Goron Mines RTA. It saved like 5 minutes in that category.
Yeah, it skips all of Elden Twilight, which is big.
I imagine we'll see sub 50 there soon.
If anyone would run it. What are your thoughts on Goron Mines?
It's fine. I don't love it.
Goron Mines, a dungeon that we don't normally see in 80%. We do see it in all dungeons in some other categories, and Goron Mines RTA is a pretty popular, smaller category.
Goron Mines, one of the dungeons in Twilight Princess.
It has some difficult things in it, but it's pretty
one.
linear, and it's pretty much the same in every category we go there.
Yep, we'll see if Beast gets the fast platform cycle here.
In fact, I'd argue that the things Hundo adds really make this dungeon worse. Because it just adds more walking on the ceiling and iron boots.
Oh my god, it does.
Or on the wall.
Oh no.
Beast not unequipping the iron boots there and falling into the lava. This is giving G's a real chance to catch up. Opting for pipe jump. Nice.
Oh my gosh. That's so hard.
That's another IL strat. I don't think that's even the fastest way to get through there. I think the LJA is slightly faster. But it's
oh my god, he's going for the clip. No way. Somebody stop this man.
TGD and Cast both struggling with Koro TD. Those two are pretty close to tied at this point.
Geez, unfortunately, barely missing the platform cycle.
Probably could have gone for it, but probably would have regretted it.
I think it's reasonable not to go for that.
TGD and Cast failing Koro TD again. It's, as we said, it's a one-frame trick, and most runners use a metronome to time it. Some don't.
It can definitely be frustrating.
And yeah, results may vary.
Oh my gosh. So yeah,
TGD and Cast tied.
Neck and neck now.
Basically. Beast going over to get the first heart piece in Goron Mines.
Yep.
And
oh no.
Incredible.
I don't really know what else he could do there either, because he needs the torch slug out of the way.
It could have walked around the torch slug, but that's so slow. You'd be expecting to be able to do a stab there, but doesn't quite work like that.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the less fun parts of Hundo. You get to do a lot of clonking.
Also, one of the things
on Yep.
Yeah, it makes the Wii version a little bit better. Because the Wii version can walk on the ceiling without the air boots on. It goes way faster in this room.
And we're finally done with that.
TGD and Cass still tied on the tier collect. He's opting to do the crystal just before dropping down to the key. Makes the cycle a little bit tighter, but should make it just fine. Or maybe not. You can make that cycle, but it's a little tight.
But he didn't. Anyway, second heart piece in Goron Mines is just over here.
TGD opting not to do elevator escape. Both TGD and Cass getting slapped apparently.
Yeah, if you don't get the LJA off fast enough, that Goron there will just kind of knock you into the void. It's really annoying. Good second try from Cass there. Oh, right, yeah, you can actually get pushed like all the way through the out of bounds section and end up somewhere completely different.
TGD in Goron Mines before Cass.
Yep, Beast doing an
G's.
LJ there to skip collecting the second key shard, which is not required.
G's just 2 rooms behind Beast right now.
I assume we'll see the quick Dangoro set up here.
Yeah, lining it up like that and just hanging off this ledge. We'll get
Yep, and that
cycles
basically
for the
lets
price
us
of
get.
one.
Yeah, that's wow. That's
Very
a
fast
really
fight.
fast Angoro. Let's see if TGD gets the platform cycle.
Again, could have gone for it. I'd have regretted it. It looked a little bit better than Jesus, but not much.
Anyways, Beast can now get the bow. This will be useful in a number of places. It's required to beat both this dungeon as well as Temple of Time. And Cass does get the platform cycle.
Nicely done. Yeah, required to beat Goron Mines and Temple of Time, which are the 2 dungeons that aren't done at all in any percent.
Yeah, it's really convenient that the only other dungeon that needs the bow is also skippable.
But it helps in quite a few other places.
As Beast getting the Goron Mines big key because he's definitely collected all 3 key shards. We'll see that in a couple places. I guess not so much in this run, but there are a number of places where the game expects you to collect a series of items, but you actually only need the last one. So in fact, in Goron Mine's individual level speedruns, you'd skip the first key shard as well, using a very difficult technique that requires items we don't have.
Yeah, normally you'd see it with Fused Shadows and Mirror Shards and Pose and Arbiter's Grounds, though that one requires 3 still.
We do have to get all of those in the correct order for 100%.
We get the Pose slightly out of order in Arbiter's Grounds, but not too out of order. We do 1, 2, 4, 3.
We do all of the dungeons in order. Technically, I believe we could put Goron Mines anywhere, but currently we do it where it's supposed to go.
Yeah, the chain of dependencies in Twilight Princess is such that you need to beat Lakebed before Arbiters, Arbiters before Snowpeak, Snowpeak before Temple of Time. I think you might be able to beat City in the Sky out of order, but at that point you might as well just do it all in order.
You've done a run that beats City out of order, Anno. But yeah, some routes will do Snowpeak before Arbiter's Grounds, but you cannot do that in 100%. It will lock you out of items.
Beast will be going for a fast right here. We have a 10-frame window to grab the chain right as it launches away. Saves
That's also a pretty recent discovery.
Yeah, around the same time as Elevator Escape.
Real fun couple weeks for GMRTA there for sure.
Getting both of them back. Easton G's getting the Fyrus Falling sync. G's 1 cycle behind.
G's
Really
is
not
keeping
much
us pretty
separating
close
those
in
two.
the early game. I suspect we'll see them drift apart during the collection phases, but who knows?
It's nice that, at least at the moment, we have 2 fairly close pairs of racers.
UNG is unfortunately missing the Fyrus Fast cycle. I love the extremely long ending blow you can get on Fyrus there. And Cass barely missing the cycle in this room that we were talking about earlier. It's gonna be like, wow, that's a really good leave Goron Mines time for Beast, but I was thinking of the old route, where it's closer to 2 hours. Yeah, it's a pretty good time on this route too, but not 15 minutes faster good. Anyways, we can now finish Lanire Twilight.
We'll need to get the bomb bag from Barnes Bombs in Kakariko before any other permanent bomb bag. One of the requirements for that is Goron Mines, but the other requirement is King Bulblin 1. We haven't done that yet. We'll do it in a bit.
Yeah, but we don't have to do that before we get any temporary bomb bags. Things that are definitely supposed to exist in the game and were intended by the developers.
Intended to leave their normal area, at least.
But that won't be for a few minutes.
Looks like Cass missed the 2 cycle on Dingoro. It's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate.
There are a couple other things we could do in Upper Zors River now if we wanted to. We could go to the fishing hole and get the bottle and heart piece at the moment. Could also howl.
We could go to the fishing hole and play 64 levels of Roll Goal.
We could do that too. I don't know why we don't do that.
Yeah, I think that should be part of the route.
But those things are faster to do later.
Nice rupees for G's there.
53 rupees is pretty good for this part of the run.
We just got about 6 more from the grass.
Emos not being nice for Cass. He's trying to get the blue rupee there and not quite getting it. Shouldn't need it, but you never know.
And this portal fight was the subject of a recent low percent route change, or rather, avoiding this portal fight. We used to do a long Epona out of bounds from Eldenfield to get to the other side of Castletown, but it turns out you can actually do a trick called Ending Blow Moon Boots to jump over the fence. Shoutouts to Spicy Juice.
I quite liked the old Epona out of bounds to get to East Castletown.
Same. I'm kind of sad it's gone, but also the new version is like 90 seconds faster.
It was a large chance of crashing.
I never got the crash, but I also haven't played that much low percent.
TGD having a time with this virus fight. Started the fight by trying to shoot the doorway, and then had a little bit of a rough time getting to
Virus
and
could
then
just be
bunked the
done
pillar.
for no reason,
Oh
honestly.
man, this is not going well for TGD at all.
This is what happens every time I come to Goron Mines.
The route says something to the tune of, we only need to use 3 arrows between now and getting the upgrade. So you don't need to get arrows. This might be a case where TGD might need to get arrows.
I don't think it's that bad. But he is getting arrows.
To get arrows. It's not that bad of an idea. The distance between TGD and Cass is about the same as what it was between G's and Beast in the virus fight. Beast will be finishing up linear Twilight pretty soon.
Yep, he'll believe Beast is now at, 49 out of 72 bugs for the run. Here's number 50.
Pretty clean boss bug for Beast.
Yep, and this is kind of the point where the route is going to start looking a lot different for those used to any percent. Until we're done with linear Twilight, there's kind of a limit to how much we can do in the game world, but this is going to really open everything up. I'm almost having some trouble with the boss bug for G's there, but he managed to recover.
So, we do see the minigame Beast is about to do in any percent, just not actually finishing.
Only for a short time.
Beast opting to skip the plum cutscene. That saves a couple of seconds, but you have to do it twice in 100%. If you opt for it.
Yep, in this minigame, we're gonna try to get to at least 10,000 points by getting a combo.
Need 10 strawberries.
Yeah, and this actually works out pretty nice with the routing because we need to go to Upper Zora's River anyways. And that's where this minigame puts us. Beast wisely not going for that strawberry that you shouldn't go for.
I don't know why everyone has so much of a problem with that strawberry. I always go for it, and it's not that bad.
And he's got his 10,000 points, so all he has to do is not bonk. How different is the route?
Yeah, I don't know
HD,
HD Hundo.
HD has Cave of Shadows, at the very least. I think it's pretty different.
Cave of Shadows and no EMS.
Oh, and stamps.
That's
the
true.
big
You have
one.
to finish all of Cave of Ordeals and some other things. And
And
have to
do a
go
bunch
to
of other really random crap.
Goron Mines twice.
Oh, does it?
I'm thinking of Glitchless Hundo. You're right. There are quite a few differences.
Yeah. Yeah, that's reminded me of the glitchless Goron Mines 100% IL.
The best IL.
The 100% IL rules include opening every chest in the dungeon. There is a chest in Goron Mines that you cannot reach without the claw shot. And without glitches, you cannot get the claw shot before entering Goron Mines. So the 100% Goron Mines IL is like 90 minutes long, and mostly does not take place in Goron Mines.
Beast is Unhowling. We'll be getting a golden bug here, and then doing this Shadow Beast fight to get the portal.
And then we'll be doing crimes.
Capital D colon. Yep. Isa invites us into her hut to help her with some rocks. Gives us some bombs to do it.
Yep. Normally, we're not supposed to be able to take the bombs out.
We can just warp away.
Yep, if we talk to Isa and open the map on the same frame, in this case, we can do that. And the bomb bag we get from this is kind of weird. As we've done here, it will disappear if we die or save warp or do a couple other things. Which is actually useful for Hundo. As we said earlier, we can't get a bomb bag before we talk to Barnes for his bomb bag. So we can arrange things so that this one will disappear by the time we do that. Which I believe will be by completing Lakebed Temple.
Yeah, it should be. We just need the bomb bag to help with a little bit of cleanup on our way there. And now we're starting the wagon escort. And in the wagon escort, we do one of my favorite tricks on the run. A pretty simple one. We just line up Epona against a ledge over here. walk into the wall.
And walk through the wall.
Cool clip. That skips the King Bulblin 2 fight entirely, which 100% was able to do for a long time, but it used to require some weird bomb boost in LJAs.
Yeah, I believe that trick was actually first done for HD. Alright, this part's new. We have the bomb arrows here, so we can blow up a bunch of rocks.
Pretty
Let's get
nice
20
rupee
rupees.
company.
Yeah. We can get the 20 rupees there. We can also blow up those rocks on the cliff that would be useful in the post-Temple of Time collection cycle. That's going to be fun to watch when we get there. Anyway, since we have the claw shot, we can also get the 100 rupees under the bridge here. Which I'm sure all of you watching knew was there.
You can see this chest in the credits. Very briefly.
If you open the chest, is it open in the credits?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So then we put out the fire on the wagon and then just leave, because they don't need our help.
Yeah, normally there's a trigger at the end of this where Midna says, hey, aren't you supposed to go save the wagon or something? But the King Bulblin 1 fight trigger is also here, and we can easily skip both of them at the same time.
He's had a little bit of a rough time with King Bulblin 2 skip, but getting through it. Beast finishing escort, pretty nice. At the end of the escort, we have to avoid the King Bulblin 1 trigger, which we do by LJAing over it. If we hit that trigger, it loses a very large amount of time. We have to do the entire escort again.
It's bad. It used to give me hell in any percent when I was running a Zora armor route. Because escort is a little harder in that case. Anyways, it's now time for the fish suit.
Oh yeah, you would have to steal the bomb back again. That's true.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, don't fail that LJA, I guess. There's a good setup for it. I don't know if we'll see anybody use it.
Yeah, it's a good setup. Unfortunately, it loses 12 seconds. And,
It's a slow setup, but it does work.
as with a lot of things in TP, runners tend to prefer to go setupless than lose a little bit of time. So, Beast went to Kakariko, and we'll be doing some cleanup in East Hyrule Field.
Nice bomb arrow. Maybe. I thought he got it.
It looked like it hit the rock, but I guess the rock has a weird hitbox.
For some reason, going up and around here will also disable the postman trigger that would normally be present at the start of Elden Field. So we'll continue to avoid talking to him. We're not really sure why that happens, but it's critical to the current low transforms route.
Yeah, thanks, Nintendo. There are a
Anyways,
few
we've got-
golden bugs in this field that Beast will be getting.
Yeah, we'll see something fun here. So he's got that one bug still in the boomerang, and he's going when he picks up the other one, the bug in the boomerang is going to like snap to him. So he'll pick both of them up at once. Wow, bug! Wow, bug!
We'll see that a few times in the run. We're coming up on the other reason that early Master Sword wasn't done in 100% for a while. Or rather, the thing that we figured out that solved it. There are some rocks that will be blowing up shortly after getting a heart piece and a bug. That they need to be blown up between Goron Mines and Lake Bed Temple. Well, really just before Lake Bed Temple. In order to get the portal here.
Yep.
We need that portal to get into Cave of Ordeals, and because we need all portals in Hundo. So, back when we didn't realize the requirements for that, we thought that we just couldn't get this portal with early Master Sword.
Nope, turns out you can.
Yep, turns out it's just fine. You just have to get to it before Lake Bed Temple.
Now, Beast really needs to make this bomb arrow shot. Very good. If you have to go follow it up later, it's like annoyingly slow.
I am never
Really?
that confident in that bomb arrow shot. Usually takes me a couple of tries.
Should be able to immediately grab that bug now. There we go. And the shadow beasts are right here. Now this is one of the funnier parts of the route. Beast has blown up that rock there with 40 rupees in it, and he's not getting the 40 rupees. If everything goes well, I believe he won't ever get them.
It is in the route. We do get them pretty close to the end of the run. However, with good enough RNG later, they won't be necessary.
Anyways, it's now time to go back to Lake Bed. It's convenient to do it here because there's really no other good way to get to leave after picking up that heart piece. You can't warp from inside the cave. Anyways, we'll get the other Lake Bed heart piece now, and then we can do a fun setup to skip the boss key. There are a number of ways to do this clip, but that's a
Really clean KB2 skip for TGD. Yeah. That setup for getting the last big key skip is one of the better setups in the game.
It's a fun one. Anyways, we now get to do easy Morpheal. Obviously, we're all used to Morpheal kind of being a real, edge of your seat situation because you can fail the bomb strat and die and lose 4 minutes. Much nicer with his armor.
It's not to say things can't go wrong in this fight. I lost like 2.5 minutes to Morpheal in one of my more recent runs.
You can have trouble with it, but it's not that bad.
But yeah, dying to Morpheal is something that basically never happens in Hundo.
And sure, somebody's found a way.
Jeez and Cass both opted to get the yellow rupees from the rock while still on Epona.
It makes the text skip free if you do that.
It shouldn't really matter.
Yeah, you have time there because of the auto scroller. Beast is ahead by, I don't know, a minute or so. Probably 2 minutes.
Beast is ahead by approximately half a Morpheal.
Yeah.
A little more than half a Morpheal. By a Morpheal. Though the race between TGD and Cass is a little bit closer. Oh, TGD is going for the setup here. Nicely done.
I'm a big fan of that setup.
It's 3 out of 9 dungeons done. That must mean we're about a third of the way through the run.
Well, I mean,
It's actually not too
yeah,
far
we
off.
are. We definitely have not gotten a third of the items. Now, I believe in the current Hundo route, MDH is the same as it is everywhere else. That has not been true in the past. We used to do a little bit of collection.
Yeah, there are some extra things you could do here, but the Hundo opts to do them after. Rather than during.
Yep, we could get a bug. We could do the Star 1 minigame.
Could give bugs.
I'm a little sad that we don't do Star 1 and MDH anymore just because it's funny.
Yeah, it messes with the music. A little bit of trouble with Morpheal for G's, but getting through just fine. There are a couple of tricks that Beast will probably be going for coming up. There's a cutscene glitch.
I assume we'll go for that.
Yeah, pretty much everyone will probably go for that.
I don't think anyone's going to get it.
Yeah, a little late for Beast. Currently, the order is Beast, then G's, then TGD, then Cass. TGD having a hard time finding the bug here.
Yeah, some of the bugs are a little pretty annoying.
Beast opting for a rope skip there. That saves 3 seconds and is Monka S.
It's risky. Currently, Beast is in first place and Cass is in fourth place, though neither by very much.
Yeah, Cass and TGD both had a really rough time with Koro TD, as well as some other things. Also having a hard time with this bug right here. The boomerang caught both of the bugs in the end.
Yeah, that's good. Yep, we are getting every PO.
Though 2 hours in and we've only gotten 1 PO, this might not be going so quick. Now, most of the POs end up being in the collection cycles between dungeons.
Yep.
Most of them after Lake Bed.
Yeah, many POs aren't available at all until after MDH, and many of them are in places we can't go until after Lake Bed.
G's got Louis' glitch.
Nice.
Funky cuts in here. Saves a couple of seconds. It's sort of interesting that G's is not opting for rope skip, considering that G's was the one that popularized it, I guess.
Maybe he didn't get the cutscene skip.
Beast now nearly done with MDH. I sort of consider that the start to MDH is sort of the early game of Hundo.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Pretty stable part of the run, and things change after MDH. Suddenly the focus changes from just getting through the Twilights and dungeons to starting to collect the overworld stuff.
There's a
We had
reason
little
those.
bit of.
There's a reason people like starting randomizer after MDH.
TGD
It's really
failing
when everything opens up.
Bosky skip there, and looks like he's gonna opt for Vine Clip here.
Oh, this is fun.
Gets it first try.
Very nice.
That's
You don't see that very often.
yeah, that strat is no longer common. It used to be done all the time, but
It should be the fastest backup there, though,
but clipping out.
unless you clip back in. Anyways, Beast is now in what we call the post-MDH collection cycle. He's going to pick up a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, really, it's just on our way to Arbiter's Grounds, but there happen to be a lot of POs directly in that path. So we'll be doing a few things to get it tonight, and then going and collecting all those POs and a few other things.
Yeah, I suppose we haven't talked too much about time of day routing yet, but that's a big part of why Hundo routing is so complicated. Unlike a number of the Zelda games. So like several of the Zelda games, we have things that we can only do at certain times of day. Most Poes are only available at night. Malomart is only open during the day, a couple other things like that. Unlike a lot of Zelda games, we don't really have any way to affect time of day as we wish. There's no Song of the Sun, whatever it is. So instead, we're going to be setting things up so that time of day changes happen naturally when we want them, but also taking advantage of various story events that change time of day in order to set it for us.
With Bosky skip struggles, Cass has now passed TGD.
Yeah, so he has.
But yeah, we're starting with some Castletown cleanup, donating some rupees to Charlo. We need to donate 1,000 rupees by the end of the run. And then doing the Star 1 minigame. We could technically do both Star minigames at this point, but the second one with only one claw shot is a little rough.
That's putting it mildly.
Yeah.
I'm still not even convinced it's possible on GameCube.
I have seen it done on GameCube. It's very tight, though.
Okay.
We can affect time of day by waiting, says Spicy Juice.
That's
there
true.
are some variants of 100%, specifically 100% plus is a category extension. And one of the first routes of Hundo Plus just had you wait for 8 minutes at one point to get the time of day.
We have better routes now that don't.
Yeah, we have solved that problem.
Anyways, it's time to give bugs to Agatha.
Yeah, I don't think Star 2 with the single claw shot is possible if you don't use the iron boots to fall quicker.
You've got to do that.
I'm pretty sure we'll be giving all of our bugs to Agatha at this point to fill our wallet.
Yeah, there's only the one bug donation where we don't. And it's not this one. Yeah, Star 1 without claw shot is a bit easier. I see that in randomizer pretty frequently. Oh no.
Oh no.
Hell, it looks like TGD's day might be over. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. When the run is 6.5 hours, these things can happen. It's unfortunate to see.
Yeah, unfortunately he doesn't have any kind of a recent save to go back to, even if he does get power back. Anyways, here's Beast getting the helm splitter.
Used to be one of the least useful hidden skills, but now has a couple of uses. Later in the run.
Shout out to Reddit
So, Beast will be grabbing a bug here and then heading over to the King Moblin 1 fight.
Yep.
We used to do this fight a bit earlier in the run, and now we do it here just because it puts us a little closer to night.
Yeah, that's like, what, 5 p.m.?
I believe so.
Which works out because I think we want to hit Malamart first.
And because we
Yeah,
have
I
the
could
bow, we can just shoot King Moblin 1 8 times.
The bow makes the fight pretty easy.
Which you wouldn't normally have the bow. Normally this fight is before on mines. The claw shot can also make it easier, though in my experience it ends up making it harder if you go for that strat. A
Okay,
little
so I
fun
looked
thing
it up.
on Beast's screen, the bridge piece isn't there, so we will fall into the void during the cutscene. Yay.
But it's fine. Yeah, that makes the fight a little tricky because if you miss either of those arrow shots, King Bulblin 1 will right into the void and you can't kill him.
Yeah, there is a way to void out and respawn and do it again, but it's a bit of a time loss.
You'd like to not do it. Interestingly, if you proceed to warp the bridge back and then do the King Bulblin 1 fight, the bridge still isn't there in the fight. Shoutouts to Anarakis for discovering this.
Another thing as seen in low transforms.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the two of us on commentary, this is going to be the as seen on low transforms race.
Yes, it is.
Just get used to that. It's what I like about the run. It's a great source of weird Twilight Princess trivia. Sorry, you're saying?
He's grabbing 5 water bombs here. We'll need to use all of these before Snow Peak, pretty much. There are only a few things that require water bombs in this run.
Cass almost getting trolled by the ropes in MDH.
And then actually getting trolled by the ropes in MDH. That's an unfortunate fall.
I think it was one of the Wolf Dash races where I lost like 3 minutes to MDH Tower.
Ooh.
It can be rough sometimes.
I normally think of MDH as one of the more consistent segments.
Me too, but sometimes you just have an MDH Tower kind of day.
Yeah, these ropes can refuse to be grabbed.
Anyways, Beast now doing the archery minigame for the hurt piece. You're supposed to buy the Hawkeye at this point in the game, but for rupee route reasons, it's better to do it much later.
Shooting a fire arrow and immediately warping away to skip the cutscene. Did I say fire arrow? We don't.
You sure did.
Shooting a bomb arrow.
Yep, we should see that again for the other rock over there. Good King Bulblin 1 from G's.
So we feel a little bit bad, so we go back to Isa to apologize for just stealing the bombs earlier.
Now you might think it's time for us to finally do the Isa's first minigame normally, but you're wrong. We're not going to do it.
Yeah, we're gonna start the minigame.
And we're going to
We've
finish the
started the
minigame. But we're not going to do the part in the middle where we play the minigame.
That rock doesn't really need to be cleared, does it?
Which one?
The one we cleared during ISO 1?
I'm pretty sure it does.
That can do it. Now we go to the fishing pond.
I think you can't start the minigame unless you do that.
No, the thing Isa gives us bombs for is to clear a rock in the river. And we entirely skipped that in Hundo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, we don't clear that. And then it's magically gone.
Yep.
In Nisa too.
So Beast will be going for the fishing bottle here. It is RNG, it's a 50-50 chance. And that wasn't first try.
Yep, if you fish from the right place, you can get a second of being able to see whether it's the fishing bottle. That looks good. So, second try. And now we're going to go finish Isa's minigame. This will look familiar to anybody familiar with the current any percent route. This is the exact same trick we do to set up empty Lake Hylia.
Just without a death in there.
Yep.
Really nice quick setup here. Just dash forward twice and then go up and dash again. And hopefully not go out of bounds. Beast went out of bounds.
I think that's a little late on the dash, but there's a good backup.
Just need to void out and then swim to the loading zone and we're through.
Yep, and here we are finishing Isa's minigame.
Yep, the Zora must have blown up the rock because we sure did not. Maybe the Zora figured out that you can use water bombs while swimming if you just unequip the iron boots after pulling them out. Who knows? Anyway, now it is night and the Poes are out. So we'll be grabbing a few of those on our way to Arbiter's Grounds.
Yep. This one is... There's going to be no better time to get this bow. It's way over there. And it's so out of the way that we're going to warp from Lake Hylia to Lake Hylia.
Nice first try fishing battle for G's.
Huge. Yeah, getting bad fishing bottle RNG is actually kind of terrible, especially because of how time of day works in the fishing hole.
Yeah, time of day can speed up during parts of the day in the fishing hole. usually speeds up mostly at night, so I probably wouldn't run into problems with that unless it's really, really bad RNG, but
Yeah.
it could be rough. Now, Beast will be going into everyone's favorite cave. A nice bonk from G's.
Yep. If you're a rando head, you'll be a big fan of this one. Though the only thing we actually need out of the cave is the pose. Although I think we might get one of the rupee chests. I can't remember. I might be thinking of a different route.
Yeah, the old route got 100 rupee chest here. We don't get
Ah.
anything more than the pose and the heart piece here.
Oh,
And
right,
if you're
there's also
not a
heart
rando
piece.
head, then enjoy the pretty much entirely black screen for a few minutes.
Yep. Yeah, being able to do this quickly without the lantern does take some practice.
And a good monitor.
Yeah, having your capture set up correct helps a lot. It's easy to get things set up so that like areas that are very dark but not completely black get clipped, and you can think the cave is darker than it should be. There's complicated technical reasons for this that I will not bore all of the ZSR viewers by explaining. Beast pulling the lantern for this last section here because it is pretty easy to fall in the void. The collision on those planks is a bit funky, and voiding at this point would put us all the way at the start of the cave, and it would lose several minutes. But there's a heart piece.
Every Hundo runner probably has done that at least once.
Oh yeah.
It's a very common and very unfortunate mistake.
Hopefully we won't see anybody have trouble with it today.
It was a pretty clean cave for Beast. He's getting a little lost here, finding the exit.
I know I've said it before, but I'm convinced every time I see it that the map coming up after those Howling Stone sequences was added at the last minute.
Wouldn't surprise me.
It's like the timing is just so janky because it happens after the area banner, and if you pay attention, the end of the the end of the howling sequence, like the wolf jumps down to where he is in the world. I'm pretty sure it was originally intended to be kind of a puzzle to then go find the guy.
Pretty decent cave for G's as well.
Yep, then this run through the desert will be pretty normal, though we are going to pick up a couple pose along the way.
Some pose, a couple of golden bugs, and a very, very laggy Shadow Beast fight.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I guess there is a bunch of stuff to do here. It's just the running through the desert parts are so frickin' long, it still feels like it always does.
Yeah.
Let's hope the other bug doesn't give Beast too much trouble.
Yeah, both of these dayflies can jump up and be out of Link's reach for a bit.
As I understand it, this one can straight up go out of bounds sometimes.
Yeah, this one is definitely worse. But being pretty nice to Beast there.
Yep. Kind of bad luck on the pea hat cycle.
Still a couple of pose that Beast needs to get before going to the next area. Because it's night here, we don't get... The Bulblins don't notice us. We don't get the cutscene of them starting to go after us. I don't know. And we'll use this to our advantage and steal a boar after this.
Yep.
After the Poe above this grotto and the two Poes in this grotto.
Yep, and we'll see... Oh.
Opting
won't
to go
see
in the
that.
grotto first.
Yeah, there's another double Poe grotto that's worse, but this one is pretty annoying sometimes, but looks good. G's unfortunately getting day flight here. Yeah, since we can't do Snow Peak before Arbiter's Grounds in this route, we don't have the ball and chain here, so we do have to knock down the fences the intended way. Thankfully, since it's night, it's not actually that much slower. And Beast now getting the Mortal Draw. This is definitely one of the less useful hidden skills, although it'll get a couple spots in the spotlight.
There are two variants of the Mortal Draw. If you're holding a direction slightly when you go for it, it goes a little faster. But it's also really weird.
Like frame.
Yeah. It has a slightly longer recovery after. It's a little weird because if you're moving at all, then it won't work.
Ooh, and Cass unfortunately clipping in. Or he's a one skip.
There's another place that you can void out. Probably just gonna opt to do it again.
Yeah, that backup works in
Any percent because you
any percent because you take the fall damage, but it doesn't work here. We'll see if he goes for a claw shot clip as the backup. He looks pretty tight on time of day.
Going a little late again.
And clipping back
Flipping
in
back
again.
in bounds again. That's unfortunate. I think you can press B and restart.
You can press B there.
Yeah, this cycle might be a little tight for Cass.
It's gonna be. Which is unfortunate. He's gonna have to come back later for the Arbiter's Grounds bow at the very least.
Which probably isn't the worst Poe to miss, but it's pretty bad.
It's up there. I think of the pose that it's like realistic to miss, that's the worst one. Anyways, a couple things to clean up in Bulblin Camp. First, we have the heart piece in the boar. Oh, right, people doing that bomb arrow now. I think that came out of the Hundo task, didn't it?
The bomber restaurant was known for a long time.
Okay, 'cause I've been seeing people do the Mortal Draw there.
Yeah, it's made a resurgence, and I'm not entirely sure what sparked that.
I think the task did it.
Now, getting into Goron Mines, one of the harder dungeons in the game. Yep, Goron Mines. Arbiter's Grounds. It's still early.
It really is. Yeah, Arbiter's Ground might be my favorite dungeon. It's also extremely hard.
Yeah, we don't have to do, or rather, we can't do Stylard Skip like some other categories can. But still, most of the other tricks show up.
Yep, we
This
should
dungeon
see
hard.
Death Sword Skip. Despite the fact that we do have to get all 4 Poes in Arbiter's Grounds, we will be seeing Poe 1 Skip. It's just a little faster to go through the first half of the dungeon in reverse anyways.
We do the first 2 Poes in order, and then we'll do the 3rd and 4th out of order.
Not in order. Yeah, this route will be a little different than what we're used to from any percent because we can get the Poe sent immediately.
Cheese did opt for the Mortal Draw for the heart piece. I think it's just personal preference.
And we do need a Breeze Detour for a heart piece. I can't remember where the... No, never mind. I can't remember where the other heart piece is.
The heart pieces in Arbiter's Grounds are remarkably not out of the way.
They're right there. Some dungeons, they're not right there.
But most of them aren't too far out of the way.
And then there's City in the Sky.
It's just, yeah, City in the Sky, the Pose, and Heart Piece are all in a part of the dungeon that we don't go to normally.
That gave me hell last time I did Hondo. I need to do another run because I've gotten a lot better at City for randomizer. But at the time I just had no idea what I was doing.
Nice speed rat from Beast. Getting hit by the rat to keep the thing spinning while you can move. And now we'll be seeing Poe 1 skip. Very nicely done. He's got a weird bonk after that bend to charge. It was interesting to see.
Sometimes you just get a weird bug in this game.
You can see on Cass's screen, this Howling Stone is weirdly laggy just because of Lake Hylia in the background.
Yep.
You can go to the side of it to reduce some of the lag, but it's always got a little lag. Just opening a locked door from the side the lock is not on. This will be the last
We really
part.
are doing this part of the dungeon backwards. Yep. Oh man.
Stalkin giving him a rough time there.
Did you guys know that happens if you ending blow a Poe while you're too close to it? It looks really funny and it loses probably less time than it feels like, but several seconds.
Frustrating every time.
It's so frustrating.
He's trying to line up Poe on skip by dashing as a wolf across the sand. That is theoretically the faster way to do it, but unfortunately missing it a couple of times.
There we go.
Actually, is it even theoretically faster?
I have no idea.
It's not much slower if it is.
Anyways, Beast now through with the first half of Arbiter's round, and he didn't even have to wait 9 hours and 40 minutes.
Amazing. Doing a pretty easy clip through this pillar here. And we'll be getting
The clip is really easy except for when it's really hard.
There's even a version of that that's allowed in one of the glitchless categories. And
yeah, you technically don't need to clip.
they didn't think that through.
Oh, let's just put the chest here. And this part is a little easier with backslice. We could just go all the way over the railing there instead of having to do that funky roll thing. Still need the brake slide though. And weird angle on it, but gets the job done.
If you really want to, you could do a helm splitter bomb boost.
You
Skip
can.
killing those Stalfos. It is slightly faster. It's also absurdly difficult for the time save that it gets. Speaking
I'm
of things
sure
that are
people do that
absurdly
in
difficult for the
ILs.
time save, time for death
Oh
zones.
yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, we still have to do this the normal way. We don't have Jump Strike yet, or the Magic Armor.
And I don't think we'd even do it the way that requires
No.
magic armor if we had it.
No, God, no, it's really slow. And also, even harder. But I think if we had Jump Strike, doing Jizzle Jets would be faster.
Yeah, it would be about 20 seconds faster, I think.
Yeah,
Pretty
there you go.
much a textbook.
That's
Death
so
Sword scope
plain.
from Beast.
Anyways, Beast is now spinning.
And Cass is nearly in to Bulblin Camp. We'll be able to tell really soon after Bulblin Camp if the cycle worked.
I believe he skipped the Po Grotto.
I believe so as well. But still failing the plum out of bounds a couple of times is going to make it a little tight.
You're never going to be happy about it. Anyways, Beast could just go straight to Stallard now. There's nothing left in Arbiter's Grounds. I think Cass will at least avoid missing the Arbiter's Grounds Po, which is nice.
Yeah, I think this is safe on the cycle. Time moves fast in Bulblin Camp, so as long as it doesn't rapidly turn day here, you're fine on the cycle.
Yeah, specifically, time moves fast in Bulblin Camp, but only up to a point, and then it stops.
Only until 5 a.m. when the bows disappear at 6 in game time.
Yep.
So, yep, made the cycle. See how Jesus' Death Sword skip goes. Those Beast Stallard fight.
Cass having a little trouble with KP3 there. Beast getting very bad Stealth Troop RNG there.
And nothing to bounce off of. She's going for a backup here. Nicely done. I didn't catch if that was first or second try, but nicely done either way.
I think it was first try, but I'm not sure. Anyways, Juice is
Considering the
also
split
now
timing,
spinning.
I believe it was first try. Yeah.
Yeah, nice one cycle on Stallard Phase 2 there. And this heart container is, of course, why we can't do Stallard skip in this category.
Yeah, there's no requirement in the rules for beating all of the bosses. That's why we can skip Death Sword. But we do need to get all of the items in heart containers. And unlike most categories, we will need to do the thing that the game considers beating Arbiter's Grounds, which is raising the mirror after this.
Yeah, it's not directly required, but raising the mirror is what makes Ashe appear in Snow Peak, which will eventually be required to get the upgraded fishing rod. And looks like Beast is going for the bomb strat here. That's also why we can't do Snow Peak first. It would lock us out of Ashe's sketch. And very nice portal fight there. Dropping that bomb at the start in a specific place will get it to kill the 5th Shadow Beast, and then we can get the remaining 4 with one spin. I expect we'll see a couple different approaches.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a messy Stellar fight.
And post the clip, Prince. Oh my goodness.
And nothing to bounce on, man.
Oh no. Oh wow. I'm surprised you didn't get smacked.
The Stallard fight, everyone.
Yeah, that can happen sometimes.
Meanwhile, Beast getting the last bomb bag. Cass having some troubles with Poe 1?
As one does.
Now, well, Beast will need to do a little bit of collection, a few Poes here and some golden bugs, before heading to Snow Peak. This is the most lenient of the day-night cycles.
Yep, really only a few things to do here. Of course, despite the fact that we are going to get the upgraded fishing rod, it's still faster to do to enter Snow Peak via the use of map glitch, which we'll see in just a second. I believe Beast was talking about using some bizarre strategy to do controller reset map glitch for this easily, which I think is going on here, which is why he's got the... I can see his input display, and he's got the control stick held up during this cutscene. Yeah, he is doing that. That's neat.
Map glitch done by just pressing D-pad right and Z at the same time. And we can do that consistently either by unplugging our controller and plugging it back in, or by holding the controller reset combo, which is start XY. So in total, Beast there was holding start XY, D-pad right, and Z.
And also had it set up so that he was essentially holding control stick up at the same time to keep moving. That's the new development. You do Blackwind.
Yeah. Which is a very interesting way to do it.
I mean, it looks like it worked.
It did. You just have to be pressing most of the buttons.
Yeah, I think you are. Anyway, since he's done map glitch, he's got wolf sense stuck on after grabbing those bows. Not a big deal if you're used to this no peek route, but I guess we'll make up for it later by not having to do blind snowboarding. And we need to howl at the stone for the usual reason, but also to reset map glitch. Otherwise, we could not exit this area.
He's not quite getting the setup with that Poe having to fall down again.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying.
Beast sniping a Keys.
Huge. Yeah, we have to get the Snow Peak portal for the hundo requirements, so obviously we can't skip it. We're even going to warp to this portal.
say the graveyard is one of the more reasonable places for a Poe to hang out.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Little surprising
even
that there
for two
aren't any
Poes to hang
Poes
out.
in the Hyrule Castle graveyard.
Yeah, but there aren't. I'm sure having no collectibles in Hyrule Castle at all was a decision.
Yeah.
It's not like there wouldn't be places to put them.
It's pretty important that we get Jump Strike before Snow Peak. We could get it after Snow Peak, but we have to go to the graveyard now anyway. It's very useful entering Temple of Time,
Yep.
which we'll see later. Show Ash's sketch to Prince Rallis, who we definitely didn't leave in a burning cart earlier.
I mean, he's fine. It must have been okay.
Clearly, there are no serious injuries. Then we'll just warp away and head up to Snow Peak. We go to Castletown in between. Get a couple of things here. And I would imagine that at least Cass, maybe G's as well, will end up going and getting a couple extra things to make it easier later. G's showing Ash's sketch to the Keys. Sure, they
Maybe
liked it.
Maybe they want to know what the monster looks like. Maybe it's just a really good drawing, and he's going to show everyone, and put it up on his fridge when he gets back to Link's house. Anyway, since we're not doing blind silvering, Beast should be able to pick up some rupees during this segment. You used to want to get to 600 here, but I guess that isn't the case on this new route. Or am I thinking of a different snowboard? I don't remember.
We do need to be at 600 rupees at the end of the snowboarding races.
Oh, right, that's what it was.
And it looks like Beast is going to try to get the treetops and just misses them. We have 3 chances to get the rupees on top of those trees.
Despite having signed up to commentate this for some reason, I've only completed one hundo run, so I'm gonna make mistakes like this. It's gonna happen. It's a lot of little details in this route.
Yeah, the time of day routing is very important and quite difficult to do right, and the rupee routing also can be a little tricky. Time for Snow Peak, and I'd say this is probably one of the hardest variants of Snow Peak. There are some tricks in hundo that you don't see in a lot of categories.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I mean, there are easier ways to do hundo Snow Peak, but I'm pretty sure Beast is gonna do the hard version.
Gonna go for not quite getting the quick floor clip there, but still pretty quick. Gonna go for ladder freezer cancel. Saves a second or two.
Yep, this is a frame perfect drop down off the ladder to get the freezer to stop, which it's normally not ever supposed to. And we can jump down to the courtyard. The first thing we're going to do here is get the ball and chain, and then finish the rest of the dungeon with that. Oh, okay, the first thing we're going to do is get a small key.
I'm a big fan of Snow Peak, just because of how many sequence breaks you can do in it.
Snow Peak is pretty obviously the most broken dungeon in this game. Not even glitchless like does the intended route through it.
Yeah.
I think literally the only category that gets the Orden goat cheese is Hundo Plus, and only because it has to open every chest, it doesn't actually turn the goat cheese in.
Yeah.
There's no soup in the speedrun.
I think Jeez is opting not to get the extra Poe and heart pieces now. That'll make the day-night cycle after Temple of Time a little bit harder.
Yeah, Hundo IL also picks up the goat cheese, also does not turn in the goat cheese. We do still have, 3 Poes, 2 heart pieces. One heart piece, we got 1 heart piece already. And this bubble we can get 100 rupees out of. At Notable Cast, raise the mirror. Now, a fun trick from Beast here to get the second heart piece early. We're going to do a super jump off this keys to get up on the chandelier. And then a LJ to get over to the heart piece.
That key super jump can be finicky.
Oh yeah.
But
that LJA can be finicky.
And the LJAs coming up can also be very finicky.
And that Chofos can decide you don't get to do it.
This room is what makes Hundo Snow Peak pretty difficult.
On one of my early Hundo attempts, I lost about 20 minutes on this room. It's bad.
Low percent used to go through that room that way to avoid getting a small key. except that it couldn't kill the Poe, so it had to do a double LJA instead of the single LJA, and it was even worse. Beast mortal drawing a mini freezer.
Yeah, that room is so dumb, honestly. And now we have Chilfo's room. This should be fun to watch.
Yeah, Beast will be using the ball and chain and bomb arrow strat, and it can be very satisfying when done right.
If he does it right, this should take about 13 seconds.
I think he missed
Nope.
one on the left. No, didn't. That was pretty fast.
That's perfect.
It was really good. Has a 2-frame side hop here that he gets. If you keep mashing the side hop there, you'll end up side hopping back into the text, which is great. At Beast, don't mortal draw the freezered. Good job.
Yeah, the strategy for Blizzard Phase 1 is pretty simple. You should see something fun in Phase 2 coming up.
That was a pretty clean phase 1, too. The bug not being very nice to Cass. He's getting extra rupees. Must be a little low. Beast will be going for a 1 cycle here.
Unfortunate position there, but should be able to make this work.
Yeah, should still work. Very nicely done. Nice Keys LJA for G's.
Case super jump.
Yep, that one.
I don't think we do any Case LJAs RTA.
On the Wii version, they do.
Oh yeah, isn't there like that one in the city?
Yeah, I think that is the only one they do. It's the one in City.
Actually, isn't there another one that you sometimes see in Hundo? Oh, Case LJA messenger skip. Yeah, I guess you can. Huh.
Yeah, you could do it there. There's an enemy LJA that you use for the double heart piece. Except there's a better way to do that now.
And Beast, unfortunately, missing with the ball and chain throw to pick up the heart container, because for some reason you can do that.
He's being really careful on positioning for this LJA. Pretty bad to miss that, but ever since we found ladder freezer cancel, it's not the end of the world. I say we, it was more the rando community that found it.
Shoutouts to Rando.
Yeah, rando tournament going on right now. I don't know when upcoming races are, but there were a few the other day here. Alright, time to head to Temple of Time. And this is where Jump Strike comes into play.
Yep, we're gonna do a jump strike moon boots here to get up to the same spot that we jumped up to with early master stored right at the start of the run. And we can jump down to Sacred Grove in the same way. There are a couple different ways to do this, but this is the fastest one for Hundo since we have jump strike. Yeah, we've got a much harder jump strike moon boots coming up in a minute or two. Normally we'd have to go through a similar fight against Skull Kid to what we did to get the Master Sword, but we can actually skip most of that, although we do have to do a couple things in Sacred Grove. There is a Poe out here. I think we get the other Poe and Heart piece after Temple of Time.
No, we'll get those before.
No, okay. Oh, right, because Grove 2 skip, like, puts you down there.
Yeah, we will get a bomb chest before doing Grove 2 skip. Jesus, opting for the test strat of hitting some of these before Rosetta falls down, I guess?
Yeah, we'll see how this works. Looks good. Anyways, it's bombs 30 time for Beast. And now it's time for Grove 2 skip.
Which is the same Moon Boots Jump Strike thing, except we need to time it with a bomb boost as well.
Yeah, there are a couple different. There are like a couple different timings that work for it, but none of them are particularly lenient. It's like there are 2 frames to start jump strike, and each of those frames has 2 frames on the moon boots or something like that. I don't know. I don't do the trick. It's really hard. But we can now get down here and go to the worst grotto for its heart piece.
I don't think I've seen it on the GameCube version, but on the Wii version in this grotto, it's possible to just kill all the enemies and the heart piece just not spawn.
Oh, good.
Which is just a great time.
I wonder if it's a thing like Floor 22 glitch where you knock one of them out of bounds.
It might be. Might be something else entirely. I'm not sure. The Wii version has some interesting version specific soft locks and other glitches.
Yep. Yeah, Wii 1.0 is there's a reason they made another version. Oh my god.
Perfect. And Beast will be getting one more Poe before it turns day. That's the real benefit, or, well, one of the benefits of Grove 2 skip, that it's still night when you get here. You don't have to come back later for this Poe.
Anyways, this is the worst portal fight and also the only portal that we aren't going to come back to later. But we need it on the map screen for under requirements.
And we need it to be able to get into Temple of Time.
Yeah, but I don't know why we'd want to do that.
Yeah, it's the worst dungeon, so honestly.
Anyways, another Jump Strike Moon Boots here to get up the back of this thing. And
doing that to get the bug before. That's an interesting setup.
Yeah, I want to say that's what people are doing for the fastest post Temple of Time route now, because it's a little faster with blowing up the rocks during escort.
That sounds right.
And like you can fit something else in that's a little more efficient now.
Also, he went through the door backwards because for some reason, as long as you are walking backward, it lets you do that. We see Notable Cast getting a Poe and a couple of heart pieces here. That's unfortunate failed LJ there.
Well, it's much better to fail here than if you're going for the hard cycle.
Yeah. But now opting to...
Yeah, interesting.
Probably for the sake of getting this Poe during the night still. Maybe failed the LJ multiple times.
Yeah, I'm not certain. And Beast doing an LJ here to avoid talking to Uku. Don't need Uku. And we can jump attack over these gates with some precise timing.
Beast and G's are both really good at Temple of Time.
Yeah, this will be fun.
Interesting, G's opting to do equips during the Moon Boots.
I mean, I guess you can. And there's that application of Helm Splitter we were talking about earlier.
Thanks, Reddit.
And Beast landing on the pressure plate to open the door to kind of break out of the Poe Soul Get animation. Just gets another second or so of movement in. And finding the other little statue by taking advantage of that cutscene. That's a weird trick because it's technically one try only, but it's pretty lenient the first time. There's a backup if you don't get it. It's really annoying.
Yeah, far
It
less.
doesn't come up much. Except in Rando, where you have to do it.
And in Temple of Time, we want to get everything on the way up. Normally we'd get the Dominion Rod and complete these puzzles using it. But we can just do everything without it, so we do.
Yep. The only thing we need the Dominion Rod for in this run is going to be fighting Armagoma.
And getting to Armagoma, we use it a couple times there. But
Yeah.
yeah,
We do not
even outside
move
of the
big
dungeon. We
statue.
don't restore it.
Well,
yes,
we do.
We do restore it. We don't use it.
We don't do anything
We use it
with
once after we restore it.
Yeah, that's kind
Very
of one of
useful
the
item.
things people are kind of surprised by about Hundo is that we don't do the Skybook quest. It's not required. Oh, true. There is the Farinal statue. We do 1/10 of the Skybook quest.
We don't get the sky character there. We just move the statue.
We wouldn't even need to do that if we did the opponent out of bounds thing. Anyways, another long hole splitter there to get the other heart piece. One nice thing about doing this in Hundo as opposed to all dungeons is you can use bomb arrows in this room to hit the crystal switch. It's much more lenient on your aim.
Yeah,
But
we have
AD
plenty of
is AD is extremely tight on bombs.
Beast did a trick to get onto the railing there, which skips a cutscene.
Yep. We're not going to do anything with the scales. We don't need to see the long cutscene introducing them. Now, it'll be interesting to see if Beast does the bomb strat here. I don't think he's going to.
I'm not aware of the bomb strat.
You can do a... Oh, well, he's definitely not because he's putting the stuff down. You can do a bomb boost to get into the boss key cage.
Do you have to do a bomb boost out as well?
No, you can claw shot out.
Okay.
It's faster, but it's also hard.
He's now going for the long helm splitter. First try, nice. This Poe is one of the easiest to forget in my experience. If you're used to this dungeon at all in any other category, then you'll just run straight past it.
No, I don't agree with that
costly to
because
go back.
I always remember that normally you're not Wolf in the next room. Except you are in Hundo, and the reason you're Wolf is because you need to get that Poe.
Oh, geez, opting for these LJAs.
Oh,
These are
man.
pretty sick LJAs.
That's nice.
If you're gonna miss a Poe in a dungeon, I've found I'm not the only one that has missed that one.
Beast missing the bomb arrows on both Armos there. Nice Keys super jump from Cass. And G's opting to do the statue throws before defeating the Armos here. I'm not really sure why. Beast now doing another jump strike, moon boots, bomb boost to skip fighting the Dark Nut.
I think he does this to skip a cutscene by activating the chest
Yeah,
appearing
it could be. Oh, like overlapping.
heart piece. Yeah.
Yeah.
That didn't quite
There
work
we
out.
go.
That's what it was. Beast successfully skipped the Dark Nut.
He now has the Dominion Rod. He can infuse ancient statues with life.
Cass having a great time with the Frozen Poe. Beast will now be doing a trick called Door of Time Skip.
You'll never guess what it does.
Requires a pretty precise angle, but we have a good setup for it. Cass is on pretty low health here. We take extra damage from ice.
Psych Beast is going to set up the angle again. Much faster that time. Oh no.
Ooh.
That's unfortunate.
Cass will respawn in the same room, so it's not that big of a time loss, but a game over is a game over.
That would have been a very smooth Door of Time skip for Beast if he did it the first time.
You could say that about most Door of Time skips.
Fair. And then a cool setup to kind of catch that statue on a piece of wall so you can go through that room very quickly. And it's now time for Armagoma. This fight is fairly RNG dependent. Armagoma's path across the ceiling is randomly determined. It has a random number of steps. It will be at least 3 each time. And Cass having a bit of trouble with Cholfos Room. This is what it looks like when I do it. It should be okay here if he doesn't run out of health.
Considering Snow Peak Ruins is full of hearts anywhere.
As we know.
Blizzetta might be a little bit tricky for Cass.
Yeah, if she doesn't get a heart from the mini freezers on phase 1, it could be sketchy. It's kind of, I would say 1.5 hearts is like just enough health here.
Yeah, you can take 1 hit from phase 1 and be fine.
You do want at least half a heart for the damage boost to get the 1 cycle. Oh no.
She's
Well,
shooting the
now
stairs.
Cass definitely needs to get a heart. A heart exists.
Could always drink the milk.
That's true. That is
Like
an
to
option
save that for
in
Kid
Hundo.
Ordeals.
But should be able to pick up a heart here and avoid having to do that. You only have one milk. This should be fine if he gets the one cycle.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Good dark net skip
Like a
for
second try Darknet's good.
well, that's unfortunate.
The spikes only deal half a heart, so should still be fine.
Should be fine. Just a time loss.
Yeah, the spikes only do half a heart. Lizetta does a little bit more.
Anyways, Beast
That's-
is about to start what we call the post-Temple of Time collection cycle. This is, if you're going to do what he's going to do, this is one of the hardest parts of the run. Over the next, 20 minutes, 30 minutes? Forget how long it is these days. And none of it is inside a dungeon. We're going to try to finish out the vast majority of Overworld collection here.
Starting with some snowboarding.
Starting with some snowboarding. There is a heart piece for beating both Yeto and Yetta at snowboarding races. The first race against Yeto is a bit more lenient, although we're still going to try to do it as quickly as possible because we're on the day-night cycle timer for basically this whole sequence.
Beast does need to get 90 rupees through this section. 40 of them are pretty much free, but he'll need to go for the free tops at least once. The hot spring water thing is coming up in this cycle.
Yep. Yep, he should be doing all of the remaining mini games. So these two, Hot Spring Water, Star 2. I think we do, no, we don't do Star 2. We don't have the double claw shots. Iza 2. We will get that.
He's
Ice
missing.
Puzzle Cave should be in here. Yeah, that's bad news with missing the rupees. He's gonna really have to get all of them on the next trip down, or you'll have to get backup rupees.
A 110 is pretty good for Beast.
And it's amazing for anyone else. We saw he did an LJ into the void there to get back up to the top. That's slightly faster in terms of real time than warping back up to the top, but actually uses a bit more in-game time. So we might see some runners opt to do the warp there to make the cycle a little more lenient. that whole juggle between in-game time and real time is a large part of why routing hundo is so complicated.
The route's really good now. This cycle is difficult, but otherwise the route is really strong. Unfortunately, missing treetops again. Got the blue rupee, but it's not enough.
Yeah, so Sabisa is going to have to hustle here. I'm not entirely sure what you would do in this situation, because being, 42 rupees down is kind of a lot. We'll see.
If you were 100 rupees down, there's a really easy backup, but you can't get that because Twilight Princess is Twilight Princess. There are some miscellaneous rupees in Kakariko, but they're not great.
Well, I think you want to go for Kakariko rupees because of time of day concerns, but it looks like he's going to pick some up from Snow Peak instead.
That makes sense.
It's a good idea for the same reason. In-game time is not passing right now because he's in a dungeon.
Is that statue gone because...
I guess he has EBF.
I guess so.
Because Grove 2.
Oh yeah, Grove 2, that's true. Then that's a better backup than it seemed.
That's actually really clever. I'm not sure if he expected that to happen.
Still need 12 rupees, but that's easy to get in Kakariko.
Yeah. Don't be like me and think, oh, I'll just get the 50 rupee chest in Graveyard. You won't get the 50 rupee chest in Graveyard. That's the story of how I donated 2 rupees to Malamart.
Amazing. I think Time of Day does pass in Graveyard.
No, I don't think it does in Graveyard.
Maybe it doesn't.
I can check. I have it open. Actually, this doesn't say explicitly. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. No, I know Time of Day doesn't pass in Graveyard because if you change Time of Day there in Rando, it does an area overload.
That makes sense.
Yeah, having trouble with the angle
in this cave that Beast is getting.
Yep, he needs to go here for the heart piece anyways. So that's his 600.
The Jump Strike Moon Boots gave Cass a little bit of trouble, but got it in the end.
Hopefully yeah, looks like he was having trouble getting the right angle.
With that, we're at the 4-hour mark of the run.
Yep.
Jesus needs to get a few rupees, but just 21 and should be fine. Shouldn't need to go to treetops for this.
I mean, I assume we'll see him attempt it anyways. I don't know. Anyways, here's our first Malamart donation finally. we need to donate a total of 1,200 rupees to unlock the hot spring water minigame and make it so that we can later buy the magic armor. Jeez is good on rupees, so he'll save a bit of time here.
This is the point at which we talk to the postman.
It
Hi,
is.
postman.
We're going to be doing a lot of running around Hyrule Field, so it would be impractical, or I think possibly impossible to skip him every time, so we're just going to hit it now. Here's Cass setting up for Grove 2 skip.
I think it is possible to skip each of the postman triggers, but skipping the ones going across the Great Bridge of Hylia are really slow because you can't have Epona.
Oh yeah, that's probably what it is. Well, if you got the horse call.
Beast will be giving all but one bug here.
Yep. Which will cause Agatha to say she knows he has bugs. So I noticed recently, like, there's a staircase in Agatha's room. There's a second level of Agatha's castle. I have no idea what's up there.
Pretty much nothing.
I assumed so. I've just never been in that room when I wasn't on a timer to check.
Yeah, there's nothing interesting up there. I don't remember the exact thing. It's just more of Agatha's room.
Wow.
So because G's had enough rupees, was able to donate to Malomart before going and getting Renato's letter. And we'll save a little bit of time by warping away after this heart piece up here, rather than after Malomart, like Beast did. Beast will be trying for a trick here. It's pretty precise and probably won't get it, but talking to this cat right on the border of a cutscene could skip the cutscene, but unfortunately missing it there. Saves a few seconds if you can get it. Now going to the doctor to get the medicine sent. All of this in a quest to restore Ilya's memory. which is clearly needed to get into City in the Sky. And there's a Goron to the east of Castletown that we need to talk to in order to do the hot spring water minigame. It's always out of the way, but it's the least out of the way at this point. So easiest to talk to him now. In other routes like Hundo Plus, you end up going way out of the way earlier in the run to talk to this Goron earlier.
Yeah, we'll see if Beast uses that new hot spring water route that people have been talking about.
It's to donate 400 more rupees, and then we'll get the Hylian shield right now.
Yep, with the remaining 200. And we'll be back very close to the end of the run to get the Hawkeye. Which we're not going to use for anything, we just need it on the item wheel.
Welcome in, Raiders.
Oh, see, technically you can get away without ever equipping the Hylian shield, but I think Beast normally does for Cave of Ordeals.
Yeah, the problem with the Orden shield that we have equipped now is you can lose it by it getting hit by a fire arrow or some other source of fire.
There are lots of fire arrows in Cave of Ordeals.
There is a lot of fire in Cave of Ordeals, so
yeah. So Beast is kind of going up the middle here. There's
a little bit faster route, but there are these levers to avoid.
Ooh. And he has not avoided the levers. That's terrible.
That's really bad. We'll have to come back and do this later. I'm not sure what point that would be, but probably
post Cave of Ordeals. I don't know.
Either before or right after City in the Sky is what I'd guess. But because of that, I'll have to wait a little bit for this Poe. Though that should make the cycle slightly easier, I think. Because you're getting this Poe a tiny bit earlier.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, though. That's one of the larger time losses that's possible in this cycle. Anyways, since we've collected at least 20 Poe souls, we can get the final bottle from Giovanni here. I really feel like the Great Fairy Tales are just not as useful as the game would like you to believe.
Yeah, they don't give you a boost for very long.
No.
But we do see some use for it in the speedrun.
Yeah, we'll use it. But Anyways, we've now got to beat all of these Stallhounds to get the wooden statue. Still part of that trade quest. Beast is going to try to get a position here for a cutscene skip, and he does.
It doesn't hurt to get a couple of rupees here, but it doesn't help either. We don't need them.
The rupees here used to be more important. Is that changed with the new route stuff?
Yeah, with the new route, we are able to get all of the rupees we need in Death Mountain Trail.
Oh, that's nice.
So G's also going through the middle. Hopefully
Hopefully it works out better. Whoa.
Oof.
Well, that was sketchy, but looks like it's worked out.
Through.
Yeah, we've been able to get a much better understanding of how the levers work recently, but putting it into practice is, well, we're still all very new at that.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of good visual cues in Hyrule Field.
No.
Possible to come up with a decent route. East and G's on the heart piece sync.
Cass not skipping that cutscene we were talking about earlier.
But still going for the jump. Interesting. This is a 2-frame moon boots. It's one of the easier ones.
There we go. Cool double LJ from, or single LJ, double heart piece from Beast here.
Yeah, this Temple of Time is just not going super well for Kaz.
That can happen in Temple of Time.
Now, Beast will be cleaning up South Hyrule Field.
Cass, remembering that you should not sword drop the Helmasaur shells. Where did that one even go?
Probably in a quite inconvenient place.
I mean, that's what always happens. There it is. Anyways, here's Beast trying to get this Poe and making it look easy. It's not easy.
Lots of things can go wrong with that Poe. They just didn't go wrong that time. We blew up these
Hey.
rocks earlier. Beast will need to go and get the Poe up here.
Yep. And I assume he'll also pick up the 50 rupee chest.
I think that's in this route.
It would be weird if it wasn't. Like, that 50 rupees is pretty darn efficient, because you need to transform anyways. Okay, so hopefully Beast isn't about to get stick bugged. This might be the worst bug.
Yeah, that bug can go out of bounds and just not show up again.
Nice, gets the Epona slide.
On to Flight by Foul.
Yep, there's a hurt piece from Flight by Foul, and also lots of money. I assume we'll be getting both.
I think Cass also opting to do Dark Nut Skip. And getting it first try. I'm not a fan of that skip. I pretty much never go for it. But it's nice to
It
see.
looks like it's worked out for everyone today.
It's nice to see it work out.
Yeah, right, there's also a Poe. Oh no. Cass not getting the right angle on door time skip there. Oh yeah, this is another one of the Poes that's really annoying if you miss it. Oh man.
Yeah, unfortunately the angle for door of time skip is really precise and really easy to mess up.
Yeah, in Twilight Princess there are 65,536 angle units in the full circle, and you need an exact angle value for door of time skip.
Beast showed Ilya the wooden statue to advance the quest. Now Hidden Village is available to Beast, but we'll be doing a few more things before getting there.
Yep, we're gonna start by getting some money. It's 200 rupees in the bell on top of Kakariko Sanctuary.
Nicely done. it's pretty easy to miss that rupee with the
Oh,
boomerang.
yeah.
So nice to see it first try.
And then this Cuckoo is actually the fastest way to get over here for the remaining 2 Poes.
Ooh, G's having a rough time with this bug.
Yep.
G's opted for the harder version of this cycle, so that little bit of time loss is not good news.
It could end up mattering. Sidecast finally through the door time. I'm surprised it worked after that bonk.
Yeah, bunks there are usually indications that it's too far right. Glad it worked. Door of time skip is one that you can just lose minutes and minutes to and just not know what's going on.
Absolutely.
You still be getting a few rupees on the way to the heart piece up here. Then we'll be heading off, I think, to finish the day-night cycle. The northern part of Hyrule.
Yeah, that sounds right. Here's the North Hyrule Field Bridge Poe.
Warping to Upper Zora's River, there are just 2 Poes left in the cycle.
Yep, not many Poes left in general. And hopefully he'll make it to the Hyrule Field one in time. Backing that up is pretty darn slow. This should be good.
Yeah, this looks pretty safe.
But we're still not done with Overworld Collection. There's kind of another daytime's worth left to do.
This is Beast's 50th Poe. There are still 10 Poes left.
Oh yeah, true. He did have more time because of the hot spring water miscue. I wonder if that means G's kind of has a chance again now.
Maybe. There's still a pretty large gap.
Anyways, here's the worst double Poe grotto. That strat where you bonk the charge attack can make it pretty good though. And if you get that wrong, it really goes to hell. And a bit more running around in North Hyrule Field. There are a couple heart pieces here that are really far out of the way of anything else. Funny noise incoming. And welcome to the fastest spinner track in the game.
It's nice that Beast only needed one of those yellow rupees.
Yep.
Skipping the text for all of them is rough.
Oh, speaking of rough. That's not the right button.
Fortunately, there aren't day-night cycle concerns right now. It's fine to just retry right now.
There we go. Nice pulling out the ball and chain there to fall faster. Actually, sorry, earlier I said that the second bug on Great Bridge of Hylia was the worst bug. This is the worst bug.
This bug is really good at camouflage.
Yes.
White spot on a white rock.
That's not a bug. That's a yellow
Nice
rupee
rupee.
10. Where is the bug? There it is.
Here it is.
Wow.
I imagine Beast will be going for puzzle skips in the Ice Puzzle Cave.
Yeah, I mean, part of the whole point of this route is that you can do that now. Yeah, more Jump Strike, Moon Boots, Bomb Boosts here. It's good, and we can LJ over.
Should just be able to jump over the blocks to get to the
Yep.
this puzzle.
Very important to not end up in jail here. You fall between the gates. It's an enormous time loss. That looks like we're good.
Then
And then
we'll be
this
doing
LJ
a
to
pretty
one's
precise,
hard.
frame perfect LGA. Oh, from the chest. Going a little late there.
Oh, the Dominion Rod.
Second try. Not too
Yeah.
bad.
Did we see whether G's made the day-night cycle?
I didn't catch it.
I think that happened while we were all going crazy over the stag beetle.
Time for Isa's minigame.
Yeah, something I didn't really appreciate until I... Oh my god. Something I didn't really appreciate until I tried this route myself is Isa's second minigame is really hard for no reason. The controls on the canoe are just terrible.
It's really hard to go fast because the longer you're in first person aiming at the pots, the more you're slowing down.
Yep.
So you want to minimize that, and also steering is rough.
And
So
also you can't bonk. If you hit the walls, you lose points.
Beast consistently saves around 15 seconds over me on this minigame, and I'm not entirely sure where that time goes.
Yeah, it's crazy. But he's making this look smooth, and it's only because he's practiced it more than anybody here would be comfortable admitting. There's a non-zero chance that Beast has more time on Isa 2 than I do on Hundo, period.
Yeah, that might be true.
Because when I do it, it doesn't look like this.
Beast is so confident that he skips a couple of pots. Every time you bonk in this minigame, you lose a point, and you need at least 25.
Yep.
Beast effectively puts it on hard mode by skipping 2 or 3 of the pots. Getting through
Yeah,
without any
that's
bonks by the
25.
look of it.
That'll give him the bomb bag upgrade.
Our bomb bags can now hold twice as many bombs, which is great because we're not getting any more bombs in the rest of the game.
Yep.
Bug being a little nicer to G's,
But only a little.
as in being visible, but still not getting in the boomerang. I think Beast will be going to do the hot spring water minigame now. At least soon. Okay, we'll be going to Hidden Village and then probably doing the hot spring water minigame after it.
Yeah, because you would have to go back to Kakariko anyways, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. That's a decent timing for it. Third try puzzle skip for G's. First try for the last puzzle skip for G's.
That's
Not too
nice.
Hidden Village is pretty neat. Just need to fill the 20 full blooms. We have a pretty decent route for it. This is another one where you could lose quite a bit of time and not understand where it's going. Just little bits of aiming.
Yeah, Cats is worse for that.
Yeah, absolutely. When I was starting out with Hundo, this was one of the most common places for me to lose my wooden shield.
Oh yeah, I believe that.
But again, Beast making it look easy. Hidden Village is an interesting place. As long as Impaz is outside, you basically can't transform except for in this spot right here.
Which is nice because it means we can get the Howling Stone now and not have to come out and back in.
Yeah, it's really nice that there is one spot. Looks like a pretty decent ISA 2 from G's.
Yep.
There were a couple of rough spots, but not too bad. Beast now going back to the hot spring water minigame.
Hopefully it goes better this time.
Welcome in, Raiders. Did indeed go a bit better. That was pretty cool. G shot one of the Bulblins in the same shot that broke the glass.
Yeah, you can do that with a couple of them.
He's doing the final donation to Mellowmart and getting the Hawkeye. Very useful item.
You can use it for a Ralpho skip if you really want it.
Now we have a little bit of a long cutscene. Finish out the Ilya's memory quest. The hot spring water minigame went the smoothest for Cass. So G's is just over the length of that cutscene behind Beast.
That's not very much.
Assuming G's got the post-TOT cycle. Which I'm not sure. No.
Yeah, we'll find out. Alright, Chad has now told us to go around to the owl statues, a thing we're definitely going to do. But repowering the Dominion Rod is a requirement of Hundo. It's part of the item wheel.
Just breaking the seal on the owl is not.
Nope.
With that, pretty much all of the overworld stuff is done. There are a couple more things that we'll need to do after Cave of Ordeals, but
only a couple.
most of the rest of the run are in dungeons.
We've got the big quiver, the couple pose remaining, the 2 heart pieces. I think it's just 2 heart pieces. 100% does not need the sky characters. Well, Cat's minigame is one of the heart pieces I was thinking of.
Oh, Cass forgot to talk to Louise. That's gonna be really bad for the cycle.
That's a problem.
So I'd say we have around an hour and a half left of the run, maybe a little bit more for G's and a bit more for Cass.
I'm definitely feeling it a little.
Yeah, Hundo is a long run.
It really is.
Not even close to the longest TP run, fortunately. Although, that's sort of not a fair comparison.
Hundo Plus is actually longer.
Hundo Plus is a proper marathon. Low percent, you get a sleep break.
Yep.
The first half of City in the Sky that Beast will be doing is, I think, identical to any percent.
Should be.
Just heading down to the double clash shots.
Both heart pieces and both pose are both double claw shot.
One thing that we haven't mentioned is because of the 6th Hidden Skull jump strike, every time you do a jump attack or an LJA, you need to tap the A button instead of holding it. If you hold it, then you won't jump.
Yep, you would start charging a jump strike, which is often not what you want to do.
And that can be something that catches people off guard when they first try Hundo.
That wasn't the problem for me. The problem was backslice and side hops.
Yeah, backslice, that's true. Anytime you side hop, it's... Especially the one place in Palace of Twilight.
Mm-hmm.
The second key chest.
I had it really screw me up in Rando recently doing that third room in Goron Mines, where you side hop up onto the railing.
That makes sense.
It took me like 2 or 3 tries of falling in the lava before I was like, oh yeah, I have backslice. That's why this is being weird. And as Cass finally picking up the Gorge Spire heart pieces. It'll be interesting to see how he deals with routing for the remaining overworld collection.
Yeah, with forgetting to talk to Louise and having to get those heart pieces now, it's pretty unlikely that he'll be able to go fast enough to get the cycle. But I don't really know what pose are better to skip.
Yeah, me neither. I'm sure bonking Epona on nothing for 10 seconds doesn't help either. Thanks,
All
Dan.
of the poses here feel pretty much the same amount of bad.
Yeah, it all sucks.
Maybe the flight by foul pose you could skip, but I don't know.
No, those suck too. Like, nothing's near a flight by foul.
Especially when you need the rupees from flight by foul.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's rough.
Oh, man. Ideally, if you shoot the claw shot at the right time there, the Dynalphos will both jump in the void. Didn't happen that time. Hopefully this Poe is nice to cast at least. This should be doable. If it's not in the wall, okay.
Beast will be going for arrow off the skip. Probably not with the Hawkeye, if I had to guess.
Oh, nice framer. That early drop down in the cutscene is not very easy to do. Yep, looks like he's just free aiming it. Very nice.
Yeah, not bad.
Cass is apparently attempting something.
Pause, jump.
Yeah, cool setup here from Beast for this LJ. Okay, Cass is now warping to Kakariko. Yeah, that makes sense. You don't want to end up getting to Kakariko too late and having it be morning.
Yeah, opting to skip the flight by foul pose for now, and we'll need to come back later. Big issue is rupee routing.
Yeah, that's what I'd be worried about. I saw Beast practicing this room before the run, so hopefully everything goes well here. Here's our heart piece. Yeah, it's very nice.
This part of City in the Sky We used to have to do this in 80% until the early boss gate was found in 2015. It's pretty neat, but it's also pretty hard for beginners.
Yeah, it kind of sucks.
When it goes well, it is really satisfying. When it doesn't go well, it is very not satisfying.
I don't think it would be any fun in any percent either, because you aren't even getting all of the stuff. That's a different setup for that LJ than I'm used to. That's neat, I might try that.
This Poe not being super nice to Cass. He's opting for the setup for her alpha skip, getting it just fine.
I feel like most people do that. Yeah, you can. I feel like most people do the setup these days. Happy 5 hours, everyone.
Happy 5 hours. G's opting not to LJ here.
I feel like Beast is the only person who does that.
It saves a couple of seconds, but it's
more importantly, it looks
more
really
flashy
cool.
than anything. There are a lot of little strats in this run.
1 second. Anyways, we're now done with Collection and City in the Sky and can go beat the boss. Which definitely isn't going to take like 10 minutes. Very flashy LJ coming up here. Well, one of my fondest TP speedrunning streaming memories is in one of my early NA% runs, I had somebody who had only ever played Twilight Princess casually show up in chat just as I was doing that LJ.
He's having a little bit of trouble with the Big Baba.
The Big Baba is fucking annoying. You really need to get that first claw shut off quickly in that room. Nice fan tower cycle there.
I think Cass is probably fine to get this Poe, but obviously
close.
2 missed Poes with Fly by Foul, it's not great. Ooh, it might already be.
No, I don't think he's getting it.
That's unfortunate. No, it's still there.
Oh,
no,
man.
it just disappeared. Very close.
Oh, that sucks.
That'll be 3 Poes that Cass needs to get later. as was said earlier, we don't really have good ways to make it night like some other Zelda games do.
You could go to
You
Arbiter's
can,
Grounds.
if you really want to, go to Arbiter's Grounds and go through Arbiter's Grounds. It's just leaving Sallard's Arena the normal way that turns at night.
The glitchless route does that.
But that's pretty obviously not very fast for Hundo. So guess we'll need to go and clean those up either after Keyboard Deals or after Palace of Twilight.
And unfortunately having a little trouble with double code grotto.
The Argrok fight can be pretty interesting in Hundo. Beast will be going for a 2-cycle with the Great Fairy's Tears that we got earlier.
As usual, Beast jumping off the edge there to reset the phase and get a faster first cycle. Oh, is he going for that new fast strat on Argrok? That's neat.
I don't think that was. It didn't look like it.
I don't know. I don't do that. I don't really know what it looks like. Anyways, here's the 2-cycle, hopefully. This is tight. We barely have enough time on the Fairy Tears timer to get our hits in on Argrok.
Yeah, we have to go to 3 of these P-hats and then pretty precisely.
Okay, it was the faster flame cancel. Yeah, I'm sure it's hard to do that and also the 2-cycle.
Pretty clean city overall. Very tight claw shot for G's there.
Well, he made it work.
Nice puzzle skip by Cass.
Unfortunately, didn't land on the gate there, so you'll have to do another bomb boost.
They won't get stuck here.
And then it's going to be a little bit of overworld collection before we head into Palace. But definitely in the home stretch of the run at this point.
Just Palace,
Beast
Cave of
is-
Ordeals, and Hyrule Castle left.
And Cat's minigame. But we can see Beast is actually getting that rupee text there on purpose. We're not going to save warp again before Cave of Ordeals, and it's full of rupees.
Really
not even
too
the
bad.
pass skips that text. What heart piece am I forgetting about? Beast needs 5 more heart pieces, and the ones I can think of are the 2 in Palace, and then Cats, and then Charlo. There's 1 more.
Not popping into my mind.
I'm gonna look this up now.
Oh, the Stalfos Grotto.
Oh, yeah. How could I forget Southwest Grotto? Now it's
Literally
finally
right
time
next
for
to Cats.
Star 2. That's probably why you do them at the same time. Well, really, after playing a lot of Rando recently, I'd like to forget about Southwest Grotto.
I suppose you might even do the Epone out of bounds to that grotto. That sounds rough. That's
I haven't done that. I know you
that was a
can do
pretty
that.
good start too for Beast.
But just because of how the Rando Season 1 settings work, Stalfos Grotto is a very common place for key items. It might literally be like half of seeds have something there. Across all 3 checks.
Yes, finishing Isa 2 with exactly 25.
Cass is making Izo 2 look hard because it is.
Yes, it is hard. So finishing up the Agatha donations, we'll be giving it the giant wallet.
It's not the
Store
Giant's
it.
wallet,
That was-
it's your wallet.
Yeah, not the Giant's Wallet anymore. ZFG smug.
Yeah, we are going to use that wallet capacity, hopefully, in Cave of Ordeals.
We won't fill it up all the way to 1,000, but we'll get past the 600.
Yep. The 100% TAS does fill it in Cave of Ordeals, which is just complete insanity.
Amazing. But with the 600 rupees from Agatha, we can buy the magic armor.
And we'll even have 2 rupees left over.
You bought it. You're smart. You bought it at Malomar.
We're just getting this for the pause screen slot, of course. We're not ever going to equip the magic armor.
In Hundo Plus, the magic armor is very, very useful because there are so many rupees in this game.
Yeah, Hundo Plus tries to get the magic armor a lot earlier. A big part of that route is Twilight Princess won't let you pick up a high value rupee from a chest if it would cap your wallet. So a large part of the 100 plus route is figuring out how to spend or otherwise get rid of all of those rupees. And the magic armor is one tool you have to do that. Anyways, Beast now getting the great spin. Kind of a detour to this Golden Wolf to pick it up, but it's going to be very useful for Palace of Twilight and Cave of Ordeals, so it's worth getting it now. That's one of the notable differences to the Wii 100% speedrun. Since Wii skips lots of Cave of Ordeals, it actually doesn't pick up Great Spin until right before Hyrule Castle.
And some of the benefits of Great Spin in Palace of Twilight are also negated because of not being able to chain quick spins.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, and 100% plus, we end up doing pretty much the opposite in Cave of Ordeals. We enter with 1,000 rupees and leave with 0. Not too bad if Star 2 from G's. It was 6 seconds slower than Beast's. Palace of Twilight. There aren't any pose in this dungeon. There are 2 heart pieces. Otherwise, the dungeon is the same as any percent. There are some other LJs that we could go for. I don't think we'll see too big of a difference.
Anyways, Palace is also pretty similar to how it is in other categories. We're just going to pick up the 2 heart pieces that are in each of the first 2 wings. Oh, and we have Great Spin.
Beast taking a second between those side hops to avoid rolling because of backslice. Nice one cycle Phantom's End. When getting the jump strike and the great spin hidden skills, there are little things we can do to speed them up. So you'll see G's will do a backflip before during the great spin. That saves a couple of seconds because it doesn't knock the Hero's Shade down, and therefore it talks faster. Shoutouts to SVA. Difference between Beast and G's is about 5 minutes.
That's pretty close, all things considered.
Yeah, it's unlikely to swing one way or the other, but well, it's unlikely to swing one way. But closer than I would have expected. Looks like G's is on PB pace.
Yeah, that's nice. We've got the Palace of Twilight just appearing cutscene sync.
And chest opening sync.
Huge. There's a lot of that in Palace. There are 7 small keys, all of which are in chests like that, and all of which are required.
Ooh, Cass warped to Castletown. That's bad. Shad is going to be there.
Oh no. Let's
Cass
see what
might
happens.
to get the Skybook characters.
Oh boy.
That's kind of rough.
Could you just go do Castle Temple of Time? I feel like that might be the play here.
Oh, okay. Shad isn't there.
Okay. Shoutouts to Shad
Oh,
for
good.
not being there. Oh. Yeah.
Warping to the correct location this time. That was nearly disastrous. It doesn't take that long to get the Skybook characters, but that's
it's
like a 5-minute time loss after all that's happened in this run. If it had happened that way. He's now on the way to get the last heart piece in a dungeon.
Let's see if Beast goes for the other key super jump in here.
Another pretty flashy strat. Does save time. Doesn't save a lot of it. If he goes for it.
Oh
It's like
yes.
it will be.
If he can find the keys. Yeah, this is neat. You can't normally, you can't really normally do a super jump like that because you can't transform while the boomerang is out. But the fog kind of takes priority over that. And unfortunately, it looks like we won't see the actual super jump. We will see Beast get analog glitch out of this cutscene.
But knowing well how to deal with it. This area, there's an LGA that Beast probably will go for, and then another LGA that Beast probably won't go for, but it's Hundo exclusive.
Is it Hundo exclusive?
I think you need Jump Strike for it. I might be wrong.
I don't know.
Yeah, opting not to go for it. Having Great Spin really helps against Zant, but we don't really need it for the next couple of rooms.
Yep.
So we're just hoping that we'll get enough heart drops from the Shadow Beasts. And
Well, worst case is really more useful on Zant's latter phases, and you can pretty consistently get hearts during Morpheal phase.
Morpheal or Blazetta, yeah.
Dan, looks like Beast should be able to get the good cycle in this room.
Yeah, pretty easily.
And one
And
nice use of
optic.
Shield Bash here.
That second throw for G's probably didn't make it in the hole.
Yeah, looks like it.
Just a little too far left. G's didn't successfully keep all of the light orbs activated. We'll have to do another spin attack for that. Time for the Zant fight. Zant is cool. In most speedruns, when we don't have Great Spin, you can use a combo. And what's important is just finishing a combo. Great Spin does the same effect.
With Great Spin, what's important is hitting him with the Great Spin.
Yeah.
Nice one cycle on the second phase there.
In the lake bed phase, we'll be seeing Mortal Draw for the first hit, and then just a normal slash for the second.
Yeah,
Slightly
obviously
more
this
efficient
is,
use of damage.
again, much easier than it is at any percent, because we're not doing the water bomb thing.
How good of traction do you think the Zor armor shoes have? I feel like they'd be extra slippery in the Lozetta arena. Welcome in, Raiders from Zelda Speedruns 3. We're around 50 minutes from the end of this Twilight Princess race. About 5 minutes between the wildebeest and G's. So, having finished Palace of Twilight, we have a little bit of overworld stuff to do, and we need to do Cave of Ordeals and then head to Hyrule Castle. Well, we're heading straight to Cave of Ordeals, and then we'll do overworld stuff and then Hyrule Castle. Cave of Ordeals, it's about 17 minutes long. We need to go through 44 floors just to get the pose, and then we can leave. Beast is really good at this part. I think Jesus as well.
Jeez, I think Jeez has the world record Cave of Ordeals time right now, so...
Yeah. Both of these runners have grinded Cave of Ordeals quite a bit. So hopefully we'll see them get through with no damage whatsoever. But in some of the later floors, it's pretty likely to take some damage.
The cave is in fact full of ordeals. That's why they call it that. It's not apparently full of rupees.
Yeah. There are 300 guaranteed rupees in dig spots and Cave of Ordeals, and we're hoping to get about 500 from RNG rupees. Enemies can drop greens, blues, or yellows, or nothing.
Yep.
And we hope for a lot more greens, or a lot more blues and yellows.
Yeah, it looks like Beast has decided to take the Zora armor off during this section, though he's not put the Hylian shield on. I guess he's going to only do that should it become necessary.
Ooh, landing on a text item, taking some damage.
That's the worst way to do it.
There are backup hearts on some floors. I think the next one's on floor 12 or 13.
Looks like he's just gonna milk.
Beast is opting to drink the milk. Probably a wise decision. Actually, I think the next backup hearts might be on floor 18.
That's a ways off.
Let's be done with the first 10 floors. With some of these enemies, there's really not a lot you can do to make them act nicer. Those Helmosaurs, you could use the claw shots and take their shells off, but it's easier just to stun them and hit them in the back. You just might be doing a different one for each one. A different spin attack for each one. These guys
That's a nice formation if he was going to use a bomb arrow here, but he didn't.
I don't think I had ever thought of using bomb arrows for these guys.
Yeah, it works.
It's neat. G's now done with Palace of Twilight. We'll be heading to Cave of Ordeals to join Beast soon.
That's a lot of hits, son. And here's our first guaranteed rupee. And here's our first Poe in Cave of Ordeals. There are 3 Poes here, and they're the only reason we are coming to Cave of Ordeals at all.
The next floor has a bunch of chews. One of these is a rare chew. I'd like to get its jelly. That'll help us with Beast Cannon later.
Yep, we can do something similar to the Argrok 2 cycle.
Geez, almost landed on a torch slug there, and that would not have been very nice.
One little thing you can see in a couple spots here is that when Beast is transforming before going to the next floor, he's timing the transform so that it overlaps with the door opening, because for some reason the door can still open during the transform cutscene.
Beast getting through floor 22. That floor has a kind of dumb thing that can happen there. You can clip a rat out of bounds and have it not despawn, and therefore not be able to progress. Happened to me twice before we figured out what was causing it.
Yeah, it's really kind of annoying.
Loses 10 minutes-ish. He's just 13 floors behind Beast.
Oh
Yes.
no.
Oh no. Getting hit by Argrok. Armored Rock. With the
Yeah,
Zora armor
that's-
on, that is an instant game over.
I believe that literally hits for 20 hearts if you have Zora armor on.
Yeah, it does. Welcome in, Raiders. Getting close to the end of this Twilight Princess 100% race. Around half an hour, 45 minutes to go. Started with 4, and now it looks like we might be down to 2.
That's unfortunate.
He's getting hit by a chew, but got extra chew jelly to heal.
That's pretty clever.
Getting the last couple of chews with a claw shot. That's floor 20 for G's, floor 35 for Beast. Out of 44. The next floor for Beast is one that's kind of hard to avoid taking damage. I think Beast is usually able to avoid it, but... and looks like he did. This floor also pretty hard to avoid taking damage. Beast already used the milk, so there aren't any more backup hearts. Could use the rare chew jelly. I doubt he will. We'll get the last of the guaranteed rupees on this floor. It's just a 200 rupee dig spot. I think Beast still needs around 40 RNG rupees. Could be leaving here with around 8-10.
This floor with the Armoses is fun unless you run out of bombs, and then it's not fun.
I'm really glad we can take care of those from the top.
You also don't need the double claw shots here, even though the game would really like you to have them.
He's using bomb grenades to clear the goblins in this room. Also wants to get rid of bombs for the next floor. This floor not going very well for Beast.
No, it really isn't.
Yeah, I think
Thankfully,
that's
he's
still.
almost done.
I think that's still around 30 rupees shorter than Beast would like to be. We still need to donate 850 rupees to Charlo.
Oh, did he only do 150?
I think so. I think that's what their out says these days.
Maybe it does.
G's equipping the magic armor to take a hit.
Yeah, I've seen him do that before.
Nice reaction there.
If you know the hit's coming, it's not a bad strategy.
So we'll see Beast go over to the side and get the rupees from the rock we blew up, 4 hours ago?
However long it was. We're also going to see, I think, our final postman skip. No, there'll be one more in Hyrule Castle. But that's what that old JA is about. Yeah, if he needs 850 right here, that's a problem.
There's another rock next to Castletown that has some rupees.
Oh, right, there is. I forget how many it is.
Yeah, I don't remember.
It could be 30.
I'm sure Beast knows the backups. If anyone does. He's unfortunately taking damage here. might be able to get through this floor without taking any damage.
It's a hard floor to do it with.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should.
I would argue this floor is the hardest floor. Ooh. Nice bomb arrow strat there. Takes down some of the armor from the other Dark Nut. Getting kicked around a little. Anyway, Beast doing the cats minigame, talking to the 20 cats in Hidden Village. Some of them probably fell down from their usual spot. This one did. We have a pretty established route for cats, but the cats move around, so if
you kind of have.
If you
to
don't
read
notice them, then it can be rough.
But he should be good now.
Yeah, looks fine for Beast. He's jumping down probably for some extra rupees. And that's the last Poe for Beast. Getting quite near the end of the run. Beast is going to this rock to grab some rupees. Hopefully it'll be enough. Yeah, that's enough.
Oh yeah, he's fine. Oh no.
But G's is a bit short on rupees. Assuming G's also needs 850. Might have to go and get a 100 rupee chest somewhere. There are a few of.
Alright. Now we get to donate 850 rupees to Charlo. I don't think this is the worst menuing sequence in a TP speedrun, but it's close.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I think it's second behind the Hundo Plus second bug donation.
5 minutes straight of donating to Agatha? I don't know what you're talking about.
This one isn't just tedious, though, because at the end, if you pick 30 rupees when you shouldn't, if you get unlucky, you can actually make it so that you can't donate the full amount, and you have to go back out and get it back up.
Oh, it looks like G's didn't get the cycle, so we'll have to get the Poe here. We weren't sure about that earlier.
Well, now we know. Hopefully that's the only one.
I think G's still can PB this, even with that. Not going to be a big PB, though. Jesus PB at 628. I didn't catch where G's got extra rupees, but no, G's is still 44 rupees short. And Beast just has to go through Hyrule Castle. The route for Hyrule Castle is the same as any percent, but there are some extra tricks that need to be done, or that can be done. They don't strictly need to be. Normally we'd see... Oh yeah. Normally we'd see Beast skipping that barrier fight, but because he hit the rupees when getting the
Oh, yeah.
extra rock, the
You should at
rupee
least
tax
be
is
able to
already cleared.
do... You should at least be able to do Darknet skip if you save warps after King Boltman 4.
Yeah, that's true. Time for cats for G's. Okay. I think G's has enough to just get the rock outside of Castletown to...
Yeah. That looked like it was 35 rupees, so he should be good.
Did indeed save warp. We've seen 2 cats on Jesus' side fall down. The normal spot.
I think Jesus, Mr. Cat.
Indeed.
Oh no.
I think it was one that fell down near the start.
Oh, like the orange one. There we go.
There it is. It wasn't the orange one, it was the other one that was up there. It's rare to see. Beast missed Dark Nut Skip,
Damn.
unfortunately.
And geez, having trouble with the Poe. This is a common occurrence because that Poe sucks.
This Poe in particular is really rough because we manipulate it to come down to us rather than going up to it.
And it doesn't really
Sometimes
want
it
to.
doesn't cooperate. So G's also picking up the extra rupees from this rock. Or not. Cool. Rupees probably got caught on a ledge there.
Oh, that's so dumb. LG's is exactly at 850, so we will have to be real careful with the menuing.
Beast meeting the friends we made along the way. G's must have hit 30 rupees once.
Yeah,
Twice now.
I think
We'll
he's
need to
trying
hit it 5 times total. Get it back to normal.
There we go.
Now it needs to not mess up again.
Yeah, that can be real troublesome if you don't notice it. Because what can happen is you end up with 20 rupees in your wallet and 20 rupees away from the goal, and you can't do it because game. But both players now officially have hundo. That is the last collectible.
Just have to beat the last dungeon. Which RPGs also won't be able to go for barrier 1 skip for the same reason. The rupee text is already cleared.
It looks like Jesus is trying to do a backslash moon boots to skip the barrier here. There we go.
Took a few tries, but got it in the end.
So I was wrong when I said that we wouldn't use the magic armor for anything.
Beast using the rare chew jelly to do a 2-cycle here.
There we go. Let's see how G's does on Darknet Skip.
Missed it as well.
That's unfortunate. It's probably going to be difficult for him to PB at this point.
Yeah, I think with the low rupees, it was already hard.
Technically, best possible time says he's 10 seconds ahead, but
Yeah, it's going to be rough.
he's lost more than 10 seconds. Anyways, GG Beast.
He's finishing 6:20.10. Not too bad.
By not too bad, he means that's faster than any hundo run done by anyone not named Beast.
Indeed. And in fact, that is a new race time record.
Oh, nice. I'm not surprised.
Might get Beast in here for an interview. Not too long left in Jesus Run.
Yep, I imagine we'll stick with it. I mean, same, honestly. I'm going right back to bed after this, I think.
GG again, Beast, and thanks for racing. And I'm not sure why you sabotaged TGD's power and Cass's computer, but
Yeah, shout out to
hope it was worth
PGD and
it.
Cass for making it as long as they did.
Yeah, unfortunate that technical difficulties ended TGD's run.
Yep. Never want to see that. I was gonna say nice no-look bomb arrow from G's there, and then he didn't hit it, so it can't be nice.
I'll hit one of the Lizalfos, just not the other.
Half credit.
Half nice. He's only with 45 arrows. That might not be enough. Zelda not being very nice.
That never happens.
He's used the rare true jelly to heal in Cave of Ordeals, so
I was about to ask.
Unfortunately, having to wait for spurs to recharge.
Hey, if that's the worst mistake you make on horseback, it's a good day.
Yeah. So the runners are about 10 minutes apart in the end, which is a bit closer than I would have expected.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Not too bad for a Honda race. It's a long run. Lots of things can happen. Lots of things did happen. GG to G's.
GG.
Unfortunately, not quite a PB. Pretty decent run for a race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't know if we'll get G's in here for an interview. It's like maybe not. Right. Overall, pretty entertaining race. Lots of things went well, lots of things didn't. Fortunately, multiple missed cycles. GG again to Beast and G's. And
Indeed.
Thanks to Cass and TGD for racing as well.
Yep, absolutely.
And thank you so much to the two of you, to Anna and to Morgan, for doing commentary for just over 6.5 hours. Big shout out
I
to
don't know
the
if
two
I'm
of
going to exactly be jumping at the bit to do the next one.
you. That's fair.
It's that was a lot of work.
This is like a huge commitment. So even more, thank you so much for being on. Big shout outs to all of you. Big shout outs to the racers. And that's it for now. So thank you all for watching. Have a good evening, good day, and see you soon.